Morning, Pip. How are you?
You're on mute, Pip. You need to come off of mute.
Yes, sorry. In the office with coffee.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's now 9:30, so it's time for me to open this morning's session into the examination of the new Southwark Plan. I hope everybody can see me and where necessary hear me. For those of you who haven't attended previous sessions of the examination hearings, just to introduce myself, my name is David Spencer. I'm one of two inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out the independent examination of the new Southwark Plan alongside my colleague, Mr. Milam. I think a number of people who are here this morning have attended previous sessions. These are obviously occurring by way of Zoom in the current circumstances. As inspectors, we've circulated a broad agenda around which we wish to kind of focus and steer the discussion in terms of matters and issues we'd previously identified back in December from reading all the evidence and submissions. And in terms of contributions, it may well be I've got a direct question that I want to ask somebody who's here today, or otherwise, if you use the raise your hand function in Zoom, it's in various places. It might either be in the bottom toolbar or on a toolbar to the side of your screen. That will signal and indicate to me that you wish to make a particular contribution, and I'll try and bring you in at the relevant point. In terms of the agenda this morning, we're looking at matter 9. So we're first looking at the transport policies of the plan, and then we're moving on more broadly to wider implementation policies, plan viability, and monitoring frameworks, concluding this afternoon. I'm roughly budgeting around 2 hours of discussion for transport policy, so looking to finish and conclude that discussion around about 11:30. So I'd be grateful if contributions are reasonably focused and to the point of what you think needs to be done, where if you consider that the plan is unsound, what needs to be done in terms of additional evidence or policy amendments. Are there any brief questions at this stage in terms of just procedurally how these hearings work? Mr. Smith, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. I'd just like to ask, given last week's publication by the government of legislation for the 6th carbon budget, that is due to become law before the 30th of June. I was wondering how, sir, you're planning to address that. It's something I've made submissions on before, but now it's there. I'd suggest that we need to take a view, particularly here, Southwark's view, on how that affects their position. Generally, given the difficulty of that extra push needed to get to what is a pretty ambitious target of 80% reductions or 78% reductions during the plan period. And secondly, not just in terms of the policies, that's the first point, but in terms of the evidence base, because that surely changes the evidence base too, in terms of that need to do in 15 years what was previously intended to be done in 30 years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that, Mr. Smith. I'm not going to give you a direct response at this stage. You might not be surprised to hear. I mean, the general format is obviously if there are changes to national policy whilst we're in examination, and this has happened previously with things like reviews to the National Planning Policy Framework. There will be opportunity. There will be a need to engage with the council and other participants in terms of a view of what that means for this examination. I know you're saying within the time frame there's perhaps a certainty around this that perhaps we need to now factor in, but I think I would like to still further reflect and see exactly where we are at the relevant point of the examination. But that's the general principle in terms of fairness and process. If there are major changes, then whilst we're in examination, then we'll look at it at that point. Miss Seymour, please.
Good morning, sir. I just have a question about timetabling this morning. Miss Howson will be with me all morning from the transport team leader in transport, but I also need Mr. Wilson to be here for the Bakerloo line part of the session. And I was just wondering when I should ask. I know you can't give a definite time, but is that under IP2, sir, that you're going to be considering the Bakerloo line policy?
It would fall under IP2, which is fairly soon. I mean,
Okay, that's fine. I can just get him to attend now, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, in terms of the agenda then, I'm going to move on as we've got a reasonable amount of ground to cover. And in terms of transport in general, I want to take items 1 and 2 of my part 1 of my agenda together, if I may. Obviously, I'm mindful of what's in the National Planning Policy Framework at section 9 around plans contributing to the objective of promoting sustainable transport. Obviously, the London Plan sets out in section 10 transport policies for development in London, including that plans should facilitate the delivery of the Mayor's strategic target of 80% of all trips in London to be made by foot, cycle or public transport by 2041. So I think our principal sort of issue for soundness on transport is whether the plan will be justified, effective, consistent with national policy and in general conformity with the London Plan on promoting sustainable transport solutions in the borough. So if I can invite the council first to set out its position, please.
I'll make a start and then Ms Howson might add some further detail. So the transport policies, our main strategy that supports them is the movement plan. And then we also have the local implementation plan. We've set out the detail of how all of the transport policies and how they're supported in those documents. So they'll be our main evidence that we're using. We have also monitor the impact of the transport policies, and that monitoring will be updated as we will discuss in the monitoring session. There's strategic policies where we work with Transport for London. So a lot of the roads in Southwark are managed and run by Transport for London, and Mr. Porter's here today from Transport for London. Also the bus network, the tubes and the trains. So we work closely with Transport for London to ensure that our strategy for increasing movement by non-vehicles, particularly cars, is delivered. The way we've set out our strategy is based on our evidence base, which is to try to make the environment for using walking, cycling and using public transport to be as easy as possible, and to link that through to the health impacts of not using your car to drive everywhere and using other forms of transport, along with the associated impacts that has on the environment. So I don't know if Ms Howson wants to add in any more detail about the movement plan or the local I think you're on mute, Ms Howson.
Sorry about that. My mouse wouldn't travel. No, it's fine. So I suppose what I'd like to add is that the way we've approached this is quite different to the way it has been done in the past, in that we decided to create a movement plan where we put people, place, experience first above modes. So we've moved away from mode centric to people centric. And why we think that's good is it helps people engage in thinking, I am a pedestrian, I'm also a cyclist, I'm also a car driver occasionally. And then secondly, we want to try and encourage people to reduce their car ownership and use, because we've got a strategy to increase cycle hire in the area. We've got a strategy to increase public transport access, and in the term of the plan itself, we should have significant public transport infrastructure in place to accommodate the growth that the land allows in our area. So I think in essence, on top of that, Vision Zero for road safety is of highest importance. So we continue to work in partnership with TfL and the local wards on trying to introduce low traffic zones into the areas. And we will be working on that. We've done a few experimental orders under the COVID programme, but we would like to capture people's interest in having lower traffic and increase that percentage of the road network. And obviously the developments in those areas help us deliver that. So hopefully that's a synopsis of where we go.
Thank you for that. I mean, in terms of the plan's evolution and preparation, I mean, the movement plan is 2019. Obviously, parts of this plan that have been submitted predate that. I'd just be interested to hear from the council whether there's been kind of any amendments or review in light of the movement plan in terms of the content of the new Southwark plan that's before us.
In particular, I can reference the Old Kent Road, where we have revised, just recently, we've commissioned somebody to revise the baseline that we had for the previous AAP, so that it's, we've done this in partnership with TfL, in particular Chris Porter, who's at this hearing, and we looked at ensuring that the modelling would work for the current AAP, and the summary of that I literally received this morning, and it's very positive that what we were working on is still quite sound. So we will be carrying out exercises like that across the borough in areas of high development, Canada Water, Elephant and Castle, Peckham, Camberwell. We've got that in my team, we've got that in the programme to carry on bringing those up to date. And we now have sensors that capture data at key corridors 24/7, and it gives us a more real-time measurement of how traffic is behaving and the way people interact in the junction areas, walking, cycling. And this helps us inform our strategy for surface transport as much as the quantum of need for public transport and the improvements in the corridors, particularly for buses. So we annually monitor all of our progress on the movement plan, and TfL expect us to submit that monitoring as part of the local implementation programme. So we do have to answer annually for excess trips, collisions, and cycle and walking numbers, as well as Oyster card use. So I think we do have a sufficient system to be able to respond positively and then risk assess and then revise our programs and mitigate. Is that sufficient at the moment?
Thank you. It has prompted a further question, I'm afraid. So in terms of Old Kent Road, it sounds that you're obviously doing additional work and sort of modelling in relation to the growth that's planned there. And then you mentioned that work would then sort of come along in terms of the other sites. Is that not a bit back to front in terms of these sites are now in the plan? So did you do kind of assessment and modelling of those sites?
No, we do. We did. It, I have to sort of say as an individual officer, my area is the Old Kent Road, but my team looks at all of it, and we have our up-to-date modelling from everything, because the census allows us to do that, and and we forwarded all that information to Juliet for the first year prior COVID, then the COVID year, because we absolutely believe lessons learned in COVID are going to influence the way we proceed. But in the world of transport, it is always an organic process because it changes all the time. And we have recently revised our climate change strategy as well, which is up. So it's making sure that where we can be responsible for transport, we are as efficient as possible. And the planning system is one of the main mechanisms with which we do that, but also our relationship with Transport for London.
Ms. Seymour.
Sorry, I was on mute, sir. So if I could just add that the way that we review the transport capacity is, if you look at the large areas, so the opportunity areas and the action areas, for the Rotherhithe area, we have the Canada Water outline application, and there was a considerable amount of transport capacity work that was carried out for that in partnership with Transport for London. And there's an annual review and constant reviews that take place of the transport capacity as part of that planning application that we carry out, looking at the impacts of that. For Elephant and Castle, again, there was a large transport capacity assessment that was done for the whole area, for the 39p and for the Elephant Park. And that involved considerable increase in transport infrastructure. And I think it's £45 million that we are taking from SIL to pay for increased transport infrastructure at the Elephants and Castle. And then for the Aylesbury, that's a lower PTAL than the areas I've just been discussing. So it's mainly a bus infrastructure to that area, along with cycling and walking. And so that's been looked at. And when we did the AAP and also the master plan, it was considered, and TfL have updated their approach to that area through requiring that we reduce the car parking in the Statement of Common Ground as part of the adoption of the New Southwark Plan and the London Plan. And then moving to Peckham. Peckham is constantly under review. You've got the upgrade with the new line going through Peckham to make it more accessible, which has led to a lot more transport journeys. But also as part of the Aylsham Centre, we've looked at assessments for that and retail impact, looking at that at the moment as part of that application. But when we allocated the sites, we did also look at, we did a parking assessment, a bus assessment, as an overland assessment of that area. And London Bridge, which is our other opportunity area we discussed the other day, so, and I set out all of the transport improvements to the capacity. So those are the big sort of regeneration areas, notwithstanding Old Kent Road, which you were comfortable with the information. And then if you look at the areas that are not in the town centres for the borough as a whole, as Ms Howson said, there's continuous review and assessment of the capacity. And where we have allocated sites, we've ensured that we've looked at whether there's any additional impacts. And the way that we assess those is through ensuring that our policy set out a framework for assessing appropriate impacts. And if there are any impacts that need to be mitigated, that the policy is in place to enable that to take place. But for those areas, there isn't a considerable impact, a sort of strategic impact as there is within the regeneration areas. I can talk more about Old Kent Road, but Mr Wilson or Ms Howson is far more qualified than me to talk about that area as well if we need to.
Okay.
There is one other thing that you may want to ask me about later, which is our delivery and service plan bond, which is where we ask the developer, when they are 75% occupancy, they monitor quarterly for 2 years the trips by their for their development, and they place a bond. So if they exceed those trips, the bond will become a mechanism for us to make public highway and public realm improvements for walking and cycling in the area to mitigate for the traffic that's still coming. So we also put on a condition that all of the properties to new residents and workers are promoted as car-free living now, and we didn't have that before. So we look at the marketing materials for this to make sure that nobody moves into the new residents ignorant of what car-free development is, so that they think of and we are encouraging the developers to promote the cycle facilities and things that the development will bring, so that people begin to realise what living in central London area would be like in terms of that. And in most of our area strategies, we have a strong programme to increase the cycle permeability, as well as lots of nice pocket parks and things, so that people can have space for walking, leisure and commuting with the cycle routes. And the one unknown that we won't be dealing with yet, but we have to acknowledge it, is e-scooters, because the legislation hasn't caught up yet, but we know that that's going to end up being a very popular form for probably younger adults, but a popular form of commuting. So we're looking at that as well, but it's not something we can formalise at the moment, but it's an example of how we're looking at future-proofing what we do as a result of each annual monitoring. So I hope that's useful.
It is, thank you for that. I mean, I'm mindful that in terms of the plan's kind of growth, about a quarter approximately has already got planning permission, subject to, in some cases, Section 106. So as Ms Seymour says, they've obviously been through a transport assessment process. I think this is an opportunity to bring in other people if they wish to comment on the adequacy or not of the plan's transport evidence base. Mr. Smith, please.
Thank you, sir. So Southwark cyclists have consistently highlighted Southwark's failure in any way to engage with the planning practice guidance on the transport evidence base. That was published on October the 10th, 2014, a few days before the first version of the New Southwark plan was ever published. So they've had 7 years to do this. And the fact that, again, there's been no mention of this from Southwark, it surely shows that they know if they start to mention this, the plan will unravel because of its wholly inadequate evidence base. So you've already picked up the back to front point that Southwark has put the bike trailer in front of the bike, to use a modern metaphor. But I draw your attention, sir, to paragraph 54-004 of the PPG. Again, this is from 2014, and that makes clear, very clear, that there should be transport assessments of the plan, not simply of individual sites or of areas in the plan, as part of the initial evidence base, as part of the options testing, and as part of preparation of the final submission. That's not happened at any of those occasions. So you've heard from Ms Howson of the various things she says that are important, for example, Vision Zero. There has never been any assessment of where the collision hotspots are, whether for the new Southwark plan or for the movement plan. There's simply a trend line showing basically that progress has stopped at about 2014, reducing collisions. And in fact, for some modes such as cycling, the trend has got worse. That's despite paragraph 54-003 and also 05, setting out matters such as collisions being important as part of the evidence base. If there's a particular street or area where there's a hotspot, then that shows somewhere where you should plan for changes. The PPG also states there should be potential options from this evidence base to find gaps that could be filled in the networks, whether for active travel or for public transport in the short, medium and long term. Again, that's just not being done. All we have, and we can come on to that later, is a map of existing cycle routes plus the spine. We don't have any proposals, whether in the short, medium or long term. In terms of cycle hire and public transport, so you'll have seen the submissions from, not the submissions, but the review of the local implementation plan by TfL that clearly states Southwark doesn't think it has anything to do for buses. It's not their responsibility, ignoring the potential of things like bus priority. Likewise, there's no coherent rationale on walking and cycling. And on cycle hire, something that was promised in 2015 to be rolled out, there's only been a couple of extra new sites because Section 106 money hasn't gone to that. But the thing I'd really like to highlight, sir, is about the baseline traffic levels, because that's the most important thing when it comes to congestion, air pollution or carbon. Very recently, DFT has acknowledged an error in its figures on minor roads, and the Travel in London Report 13 by Transport for London says that rather than having been a 1.8% drop in vehicle kilometres between 2009 and 2018, there's actually been a 17.9% increase. So that's a 20% difference in traffic levels. And this is mirrored in the data from DFT for Southwark. Now, not only has Southwark failed to substantially update the new Southwark Plan's transport parts, it hasn't taken account of the fact that traffic levels are 20% higher in reality than actually thought. And I appreciate I'm chucking stuff at you, sir, so I'm happy to follow up with a kind of an email to a reference of this, because it is a very important figure. So that, sir, is my kind of headline for the evidence base. You'll be familiar, I expect, so with the High Court's decision in Stonegate Homes and Horsham District Council 2016, where a plan was quashed for an inadequate evidence base. And sir, in my submission, that's very much the submission the situation we are in here. There is a wholly inadequate evidence base on transport for a borough that has one of the highest death rates from air pollution. I think one of the top 3 most congested roads, or top 4 congested roads in Britain. And really, this is a place where we should be planning positively for modal shift, for traffic reduction. And the borough isn't, because the evidence base is wholly inadequate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. I'll come back to the council on a couple of points that were raised there. Is it Susan Crisp for Friends of Burgess Park? If you're on mute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to pick up specifically about the maps and the presentation of information about routes, walking, cycling routes, and also make the connection back to the previous discussion that we had around sort of environmental SP6, so green routes and nature corridors. And clearly all these matters are interconnected, and there isn't a sort of spatial representation. And I think clearly it is quite a fast moving agenda at the moment, that probably always is, but it seems particularly fast at the moment. And I think it is this sort of point about what is definite, what's sort of in development and in a sort of discussion stage, consultation stage, and then what might be plans for the future. And clearly, in terms of developers, to some extent, they're only interested in perhaps what's in the early stages of discussion, very early, and then what's potentially sort of being thought about and planned down the line, because clearly their developments are not going to come forward for several years. And it has, I mean, obviously I've only sort of recently become very involved in planning matters locally, but it's become apparent to me on those discussions with you know, attending exhibitions with developers, etc., that they don't really have a very strong grasp of those kind of local things which are going on. So to some extent, they need quite granular information to be able to pick up on it quite quickly and understand the implications. So I know this isn't a relevant example to infrastructure, but I will use it as an example where we as local people have been able to effectively signpost to the Southwark Nature Action Plan, because it's there as a document that we're aware of, and we can quite simply say to developers, are you aware of this? It identifies priorities for planting. So it's a very straightforward conversation, and developers can then go away and find that information quite easily. And I think that isn't the case with regard to this quite complex process of walking, cycling and green routes. I think the information is there, and I've become more aware of it reading documents for this process, but it's not obvious and transparent and not easy enough to then sort of get it to happen. And I think in my own representation, I sort of identified with the case study of Burgess Park, you know, as an illustration of all those different issues. And in fact, I didn't even pick up on green routes in that. I was focusing only on cycling. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Crisp. I think we'll come on to some of those issues in due course. So I can just come back to the council, please, on the evidence base. We obviously referred to a degree of reliance on the movement plan. I think the examination now has the local, I refer to it as LIP 3 document. In terms of what the council advised me earlier, is there any other additional evidence or information that I should be aware of that's either before the examination or perhaps needs in retrospect to be provided into the examination?
I can provide you with a link to our annual monitoring reports that are published on the Southwark's website. We do annual monitoring, and we have done the first. They're set out according to the plan they were relating to. So the movement plan, we've only got one, obviously, annual monitoring, and the second one will be being done in the next quarter, because we normally prepare it the quarter after the financial year end. And again, it's ongoing. We also regularly meet with the cycle groups and the walking groups. They have quarterly meetings with us where we update everything. The movement plan, absolutely. The movement plan.
Sorry, you've just come up.
Sorry, the movement plan and the local implementation plan require us to monitor our casualties, road traffic casualties annually. That is the same as every other London borough, and we were up to date on that. So so our monitoring is in line with every other borough in London, and we also, for all of the mandatory targets of the Mayor's transport strategy. And so the latest information is collated now, Plus, we record all of that on our GIS mapping, and that's available to the public as well. So, and just to go back to the traffic, by having the sensor monitoring, we are far more accurate. And our colleagues at TfL have just tested against the old-fashioned counters with the sensor, and they found it was, on the whole, within 10%, which is incredibly good, really. And no other borough has got a more sophisticated method than that. So anybody can stand at a junction and observe a terrible day of traffic, but it won't actually be representative as standing there at midnight when there's very few traffic. They're not representative. We are expected to do something using averages, and having the sensor recording the averages is the most accurate way in London at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move discussion along. I think I will take the council up on its offer. I think I want to go back and look on the integrated impact assessment as well in relation to this topic. And if there's anything further that we need from the council, we'll follow that up following these hearings. In terms of, just to make sure, in terms of the evidence base, I appreciate Mr. Porter's here from Transport for London. I don't necessarily want to put you on the spot as from the sort of the strategic transport authority on this issue. You may be here for other matters, but I'll give TfL an opportunity to comment on the kind of the general evidence base behind the plan as it relates to transport.
Thank you, sir. I'm here predominantly to talk about the Bakerloo line extension, albeit they are inextricably linked. And I think I'd really just like to back up what Miss Howson was saying about, essentially, we like to carry out a regular review of the position. So we are quite comfortable with the evidence base that backs up the plan, particularly in relation to the Old Kent Road, which is an area I've been involved in significantly. But throughout this, and in fact, where we look at the position across London, we are conscious that things change. And looking at a plan such as this with a long time period, we think it's sort of only right that we do review the position every few years to make sure that it's still accurate. So I think from our perspective, we're fully supportive of Southwark on that point.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move the agenda along. If there's any time at the end and people want to come back to some of the points that have been raised, perhaps we can pick it up then, because I've got people who want to talk about specific policies that we need to come on to. But I'd like to move on just to policy IP2 of the plan, which is the strategic, it's described as transport infrastructure, and it sets out a number of strategic transport projects for the borough. This has changed. Well, the council has proposed a number of changes when it submitted the plan. The two that are noticeable, or the three that I'm particularly drawn to, are it now proposes to delete the adopted cycle route network as a strategic project, and bus priority measures are now proposed to be deleted. And then an addition, or one of the additions, is the expansion of cycle hire. I appreciate the council set out quite a bit in its Matter 9 statement on this, but is it just able to just briefly outline why those two particular strategic projects or initiatives have been deleted, and what's envisaged by the expansion of cycle hire into the borough?
And we set this out in our matter statement about how why we were going to do this. It's just to take into account the changes in how we are moving forward with our movement plan. With the cycle network, we agreed in the vision session to update the information in the plan. So we've updated the Southwark spine to put that in more detail and to make sure that it is the most up-to-date representation of the of where it is. I mean, the reason why is just because these are changing and they are available, and so we tend to use the most up-to-date transport networks. I mean, for the cycling one, we have updated that, and that is going into the plan. So that's not that we've removed it. We've just provided an update of the Southwark Spine. Of the full network, that's available and it's online, and it's the TfL network as well, where we're mainly on their roads. And so a lot of this work is about updating the networks in line with how they're being built. And so we annually monitor all of this is what Ms. Howson was saying earlier, and Mr. Porter, we are just continually updating them all. The cycle networks, a live sort of system that we keep live online. TfL have a Travel in London report, which informs our work. With the walking, I know you didn't ask about the walking, sir, but if I can just predict your next question, because I might answer it with these ones, that network is not in the plan either, because we tend to deal with the walking network where each site comes forward. Our view is that that network is also live online, and we try to get all of our developments to fit with it. However, it may be that there's other more beneficial options where we bring sites forward where they can link in more effectively with how people might access the sites. Was there another? I think there was one other you asked me about. So.
I did. It's you've added into IP2 expansion of cycle hire. Obviously, it's been raised already this morning about why is it now being added in as a strategic project?
Sorry, Ms. Houseman, but my understanding is it's again just all of these ways and projects are just continually changing, and that's a really important priority for us. But I'll let Ms. Housen add into that.
In respect to the Santander, until very recently, neither TfL nor ourselves have had the facility to move it out of the existing range. But last year, following a meeting with our cabinet member at the time and Will Norman, we agreed to part fund through 106 contributions, an extension that went out from the boundary of Tower Bridge Road towards Canada Water, and it will also go down along the Ashton Road, which we are now asking for specific contributions for. So TfL and ourselves were in a position to be able to roll out this phase. So we now know that the desire for it is there, and we've found, again, as a result of COVID, a lot more people are using the new facilities. So we therefore wanted to amend it to make it a priority. So the aim, that's why we've brought it back in. There was part of the test prior to that was that it was deliverable, and we didn't have a way of making it deliverable. We now do in the agreed phases. So hopefully that makes sense.
It does, thank you. And just generally in terms of policy IP2, it lists a number of things there. Obviously one is the Bakerloo line extension, and I appreciate we've got people here today. I'm mindful we've discussed Bakerloo line extension as part of Matter 2 on spatial strategy, again in detail as part of the Old Kent Road sites discussion. I mean, my general question around Bakerloo line extension, and it probably extends to other projects, is beyond the safeguarding directions that are now before us. Is there anything further that the plan needs to do in terms of policy IP2 to kind of either safeguard or identify where some of these strategic sort of transport projects are taking place? Does it need to say identify any kind of specific sites or land for these projects?
Well, we do have site allocations that include some of these where we have in the past had site allocation. So that's the other way in which we enable to protect the land in order to enable the infrastructure to be delivered through the plan. So where that's necessary, we have done that, and the policy is very proactive. It encourages and enables us to make decisions so that we can deliver these projects, and where necessary, we've allocated on the proposals map where that's necessary for these projects to take place. So that's the main mechanism that we've used. So we have prepared now an updated contents which shows where different allocations are, which match different policies, and so we will be providing that data.
I can just add that one of the things that we've been doing that is just being endorsed by the safeguarding is that developments that have come forward on the Old Kent Road, we have done bespoke 106s with our colleagues under Chris Porter's team to ensure that the anything that would impact on the tunnelling would have to be signed off before they could construct that part of the development. So we have built it, we were already building in quite a significant way of protecting that. Now the safeguarding just makes it far more straightforward for us. So hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you. And in terms of the plan, in terms of the Bakerloo line extension and policy IP2, Council is introducing a change to directly reference that development, where necessary, make a financial and or land contribution. So just following on from what Ms Howson was saying there, is in effect that's starting to happen now when you're looking at some of the developments that are now coming forward within Old Kent Road.
Yes, that's happening, and we have a schedule of that on Old Kent Road, and then also up in Elephant and Castle as well. That's happened there, where the contribution to the public realm improvements and the ticket hall. They're the two. I mean, the payments for the Elephant and Castle are considerable, and also the payments that are made to, there's two sets of payments for Old Kent Road. One's to TfL, those are coming forward as well. I mean, Mr Wilson and Ms Cousin can provide more detail than me, but I've seen those coming through now on all of the applications.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further Mr Porter or Mr Wilson wish to add to what I've heard either at previous sessions or this morning? No, I think I'm mindful we've had sort of reasonably thorough discussions on the opportunity, if you so wish, Mr Porter.
No, I think I would just like to say, as you say, we have had these discussions and we are content with the way that the local plan has been developed. It's fully reflective of the safeguarding, and we're supportive of the way that's come forward, particularly in areas such as Elephant and Castle on the Old Kent Road, as we've discussed.
Thank you. I would like to give the opportunity, Mr Smith, if you're there. I know you've made particular statement or submissions in relation to policy IP2 and potentially other additional projects that should be identified if the plan is to kind of deliver sustainable transport solutions.
So just before that, can I check, have we skipped the agenda regarding the contribution role of the plan towards modal shift targets? Have I missed that, or was that conflated with the earlier discussion on evidence base?
It was probably conflated, so if you wish to pick up or come back to that point, Mr Smith, now
or later, to let Mr Porter and others disappear would be best, sir.
Okay.
Would you want me to deal with that now? Because I understand some people are here just for Bakerloo, so I don't want to let them.
Okay, if you want to make further points on the modal shift target objective, Mr Smith, at this point.
Okay, I'll do that quickly, sir. So The target in the question relates to the year 2040/41. Clearly, if given the carbon target for 2035 being brought forward by 15 years, it's inevitable the modal shift target will need to be brought forward by some years as well. And that's obviously going to be, you'll know, but at the latest by the 30th of June, they'll understand the government intends to legislate the 6th carbon budget before then. That's my first point on modal shift. Second, the 85% target does not apply for London for Southwark. There are different targets for inner, central, and also travel from inner to central. For example, TfL's target for inner to central London travel is 99%, 99% by sustainable means. That's pretty high. And there has been no assessment at all, contrary to what Ms. Seymour has said, or Ms. Howson, about capacity for active travel, whether that's pavements, widths, or cycle routes. I mean, we've seen some new cycle routes become pretty full within a year or two of opening. And that is relevant to our IP2 regarding safeguarding land for expanding existing routes. My final point, it's not just about modal shift in the New London, on the publication London plan, it's also about traffic reduction. And that's been wholly absent from the agenda of this examination in public. For example, in relation to freight, the London Plan and Mayor's Transport Strategy have requirements about allocating land for consolidation hubs, and the Central London Partnership has recently published locations in Southwark. So I'd ask you at some point to say how you plan to deal with the freight issue, because that is important to traffic reduction. And also, it's not just about using your car or not, it's also about other modes like Uber, which has been in the news quite a lot recently. You might remove the parking from a new development, but if people are still getting an Uber, that has the same environmental effects, if not worse, because you have all the Ubers, going around waiting for the app to tell them to pick someone up. And that's why a much stronger position on a roads hierarchy is needed in the plan. So those are my points on modal shift. One further point, responding to Ms. Howson about the annual monitoring. If you look at the monitoring page of Southwark Council, the last report was from 2018. There is one for 2019, but it's an interim report that only looks at parking, doesn't look at anything else. And of course, that shows, overall borough trends rather than spatial data on where the collisions are. Nothing you've heard from Southwark or TfL in any way shows compliance with the PPG on a transport evidence base. And as a matter of rule, that's what we will need to give reasons about, rather than whether Southwark and their chums like to say they think they've done it. Moving on now, sir, to IP2. The 2015 Southwark cycling strategy said the new Southwark plan would support the full network, so the proposed future routes that Southwark drew up then, and those routes are shown thanks to an objection by Southwark cyclists in the local implementation plan of 2019, but not the movement plan. Now, following from Friends of Burgess Park's comments, it's difficult for developers or citizens to have to look in multiple documents to see where various routes are. And clearly the policy map should show proposed cycle routes, not simply existing ones. But there's also a fundamental shortcoming with paragraph 104D of the NPPF. 104D was, I think, from 2019, so subsequent to changes in the NSP. And that requires drawing on local cycling and walking infrastructure plans. Now, Ms. Seymour has suggested that Southwark will simply, each development at a time come up with new ideas for walking, but the NPPF is very clear. It's very clear there needs to be, authority-wide planning for high-quality walking and cycle networks. And the 2021 proposed amendments that should be given some weight, but I concede not, full weight, say that walking and cycling routes must be high quality and attractive. And there's nothing in the plan that actually is properly effective to do that. So in relation to IP2, yes, there needs to be something on freight. That's a big, big gap. Also on cycle hire, where those locations are, because in dense areas like Peckham or Old Kent Road, unless you allocate those, you won't have space, or developers might put the cycle hire places, around the back of a dead alley. And there's also needing to be the walking and cycle network itself needs to be protected and funded. Southwark's been sitting on millions of pounds of SIL and other funding, and hasn't been implementing the walking and cycling routes that have been long promised. And until the plan takes that seriously, it will keep on sitting on the money or spending it on other kind of projects that don't join up. So was there anything else you wanted to ask about specifically in relation to our suggestions for IP2?
I mean, you mentioned there, Mr. Smith, freight. I mean, is there a specific transport project related to freight, or is it just a general point that there needs to be this kind of consideration of, as you say, these kind of hubs for kind of transfer of goods and freight, and what would that add in IP2 that potentially may be covered by the London plan?
So the London plan sets out the need for authorities to plan this. As a high-level regional plan, it can only set that out. Really, there needs to be an evidence base on freight movements, and then working out where are the locations where a hub for, say, HGVs to unload without having to go on to kind of busy streets, and then that the larger loads can be taken to individual shops by, say, electric vans or electric bikes. Clearly, places like the Old Kent Road and Peckham Town Centre, London Bridge, would be locations where such consolidation is needed. I mean, there are different models, and I concede it's an emerging area. But whether the borough needs one in the north, one in the south, maybe the north one can be shared with the Waterloo area. It really needs planning. I can't speculate. I don't have the data in front of me on what needs to be done, but there is an evidence gap there, and also a policy gap.
Okay. And then in terms of, you say, Mr. Smith, about IP2 identifying the location of potential sort of docking stations, I think your statement also refers to dockless rideables. I mean, how feasible and practicable is it at this stage to identify those locations in terms of a piece of evidence base?
I think that in terms of the docking stations, I mean, that is something that needs to be for space allocated. I mean, looking at development applications in Camberwell and Peckham, there's a lot crammed in. And unless the plan starts saying, you need one by Peckham Roy Station, and then maybe one kind of near Peckham Road in the replacement to the Elsham Centre, developers will simply pass the buck and try to get a higher value, an extra shop or something there. These are a key part. I'd say actually there's been demand's been clear for many years rather than just recently. This is a key part of the public transport network, and it should be something there now. Okay. In the plan.
Thank you for that. In terms of just coming back to the council on the points that have been raised there, as I say, I'm going to be looking again at the evidence base issue and the points that have been raised. But in terms of specifically freight and the sort of the location of potential cycle hire docking stations, is there anything the council wishes to come back to on that?
On the
sorry, I was going to say,
yeah, you go first, Miss Howson.
Okay. In response to the Santander, the agreement is a transport agreement, and that we have to roll it out, so it goes under the highways, and we roll them out. We utilise curbside highway, either we convert a existing parking bay or something similar. And if you go look where the latest extension is down through Bermondsey, they're all curbside. One side of the other, Bermondsey Station, in and around Bermondsey, moving out towards Canada Water. That is the agreement that we have, that they're accessible and serviceable, and therefore they have to be by that curbside. And that in the discussions I've been having with developers on the Old Kent Road, that is why they give us a contribution, so that we can agree the location. Sometimes that will be linked into the Section 278 work because the timing will be right. But mostly it will, where we, in the Old Kent Road, where in the near future we'll be rolling out controlled parking zones with loading bays. One of the agreements is that if there's a requirement for a new Santander station there, that would go in one of those loading bays. It would be a priority for that space because our policy is to prioritise cycling as the method. We also do have a cycle hub agreed at the Ruby Triangle, and that will be one of our first ways with which we'll be able to work out how we can create a hub for cycle using, and that space will include e-cargo bikes, which will be useful very much for the last mile delivery. We've also been in discussion with Network Rail for using the arches, especially in places like Camberwell and Peckham, where we can use them for one arch for a vehicle to come in and the other arch to have e-cycles or ordinary cycles and cargo bikes to on deliver. So it's very much, but these are transport policies linked to highways and the public infrastructure there. But those are definitely ideas that are within our movement plan. We also, as part of the planning, we've also encouraged developers in large developments to provide a in-house Brompton Locker style hire system so that residents who don't necessarily want to own a bike have access to one. And we've asked that at least 2 of those be e-charging lockers as well. So we really are working hard to make sure there's choice. And there are existing Brompton lockers at some of the southern stations, but in the not too distant future, there will be one by Bermondsey rail station on Ilderton Road. And our colleagues over on the other side at Lewisham, where the new Bermondsey station doing, are making sure that also interlinks with that. So in comparison, we think that our progress is sound, and we would hate to think that we would be complacent with that. But we do believe that what we've asked for in the current examples is sound. So that's in respect to that. Juliet, I'll hand back to you.
For the freight, so we did look at whether to allocate sites when we were considering the plan. However, we decided that there weren't any sites that there was a need. There wasn't a need to allocate sites. Instead, we are working with third parties to understand the needs, and they're very different. So, for example, the consolidation needs of a hospital are very different to a sports shop. And so we tend to do that with practical projects, which we are doing. And there's no demonstration at the moment that a site allocation for freight would be helpful. And that's why we didn't take that forward. And so if I could just respond on the point of whether amendments are required in order to take into account the changing policy framework, would that be okay if I could just respond to that point? We did set out in our local development scheme that due to the council's commitment for 2030 instead of 2050 for net carbon zero, that we would be re-looking at all of the policies related to climate emergency. And this does include all of the transport policies. So once this plan is adopted, we will be preparing a schedule of updates to our policies in order to aim for the 2030 target for climate emergency. And I know we discussed that in relation to the energy and waste policy, sir, but I would also just like to just make the point again today, because we're talking about transport, that does also relate to our transport policies. And so at that point, we will be re-looking at them. And just to make the point as well that modal shift is all set out in the movement plan, sir, so that's where all the evidence is on that.
Just finally, on a point raised by Mr. Smith in terms of perhaps not looking at the 80% figure as the appropriate measure that breaks down into sort of further component parts. I mean, would that be, there are two ways of looking at this. One is, does the assessment and preparation of the plan take that into account in terms of planning, but then in terms of monitoring, is that reflected in the monitoring framework in terms of the plan itself, pulling through whatever's being monitored separately by Ms. Howson and her team?
Yes, sir, and that will also be part of the monitoring framework for the new Southwark plan. So we're fully integrating all of the transport and planning teams monitoring so for the new Southwark plan. So that will all be part of the same program of monitoring.
Okay, thank you. I will hear again from Mr. Smith, and then I want to kind of move on in terms of hearing from other people who've got specific policies I want to talk about. Mr. Smith, please.
Thank you. I'm very grateful, sir. In terms of, I hear Ms. Seymour's comments about, a future iteration, but really for this plan to be found sound, it has to, comply with the NPPF as it is, with the climate laws as they are, and with the London plan as it is, and submit nothing she suggested changes the concerns there. So there were a couple of other bullet points I forgot to refer to, so I had too many tabs open and couldn't find them. I'm sure we all know the feeling on IP2. One of those was about bus priority. This is obviously important to cycling because more people that take buses, it means fewer cars on the road, maybe not Ubers, who knows. But in 2020, the Department for Transport published new network management duty guidance that applies to Southwark as a planning authority as well as a transport authority. And that sets out the need for bus priority, such as bus and cycle only corridors. TfL, whatever Mr. Porter has said, raised very significant concerns in its review of the 2019 LIP about Southwark not planning this. With DFT's statutory guidance in 2020, that's even more serious. And in the National Bus Strategy, published I think last month by Department for Transport, it indicated it's going to strengthen the network management duty guidance further on buses. Now, yes, I concede to some extent that's something for a future iteration of the plan because that further guidance isn't out yet. But based on the London plan and the 2020 NMD, there's clearly a shortcoming on bus priority in the new Southwark plan, whether for contributing funding via IP2 or working out the pattern of routes through a streets hierarchy. The other point there is our gyratory removal. Many other boroughs like City of London and so on are removing gyratories. The area around St George's, so in SE1 and by London Bridge, there's still gyratories partly on red routes. These are pollution hotspots, bus congestion points, and I'd say that that's something that should be in the plan or at least an evidence base saying why yes or not. And then the final point is about coordinating funding for walking and public realm. TfL has a streets type matrix looking at function of place and movement. So that has the evidence base there, but it's not being included anywhere in the NSP evidence base. And that would help coordinate spatially how funding from developers helps, raise the standards of public realm appropriate to the movement and place matrix are for each location. And that's something I say strategically for walking especially is needed in IP2. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that, Mr. Smith. I asked the council earlier in terms of the proposed changes. I mean, bus priority measures is proposed to be deleted, and I'm still unclear as to why that now needs to be removed from policy IP2.
I can respond to that, is that it is fundamental to the healthy streets. So we don't have bus priority standing as in a silo anymore. It's healthy streets. Healthy streets prioritise pedestrians, cyclists and bus. And that's TfL's process, and it is fundamental in our movement plan. And so therefore, and as my colleague Juliet previously said, we do take contributions for the bus corridor, for improving bus facilities. And we also ask all developers to set back their land to, especially now during COVID, we know we need sufficient space for retail areas and offices to have social distancing. So we are reacting to the changes. And once this plan is adopted, as Juliet said, we are constantly updating from national guidance, regional guidance, to ensure that what goes through to planning committee will have all of those transport updates taken into consideration.
So we could propose an amendment to the plan to change it to healthy high streets rather than just referring to Old Kent Road in IP2, because looking at the length of the plan, there will be more healthy high street projects. So that might be an amendment that would be helpful.
Thank you. I was going to ask as a follow-up to then, what's your policy hook to kind of secure related developer contributions? And my mind was cast back to probably policy SP5 maybe, but I think what you're suggesting, Ms. Seymour, would be a sort of a positive amendment, and I'll reflect further on the other changes that people have put forward to me.
And we do have other healthy high streets at the moment. So there's Peckham, Camberwell, Lower Road, Borough High Street. There's many of them throughout the borough. So I think that it would be, the council would probably want to make that change anyway, sir, because I think that at the moment just listing Old Kent Road doesn't accurately reflect the current position.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to move on in terms of the agenda, please. I think if people are here specifically for Bakerloo line extension, I don't think I've got anything further, and I won't be offended if you wish to depart and do other things. In terms of policies, the transport policies within the plan, I'm going to take this slightly out of sequence to the way they're listed in the agenda. So I'd like to take policy P52 on cycling first, just because there are people here this morning, I think that's just here specifically for that policy. So again, if I can hear from them now, then they'd obviously have the opportunity to leave the hearing. So that's okay with everybody. In terms of policy P52, we set out a number of questions obviously on this in terms of our matters, issues and questions. And I guess our overarching policy to the council is, will this policy be effective in securing modal shift to cycling in the borough?
Yes, sir. We set this out in our response to the matter, and we think that it will be effective. We set out a strategy for cycling and for cycle parking for all the different types of uses. We've updated some of the standards, but that we think that will be required in order to take this forward. I know the main questions that you had were around some of the practical elements of how this policy might get taken forward. So that was what we were setting out in our matter as our response. We look, I mean, there's quite detailed standards. We've updated the cycle parking standards as well based on our statement of common ground with Transport for London. And what we did was we looked at the highest level of cycle standards, and if it was higher in the New Southwark Plan, we kept the New Southwark Plan ones, and if they were higher in the London Plan, then we kept the London Plan ones. And so that's the approach that we've taken, and that was agreeable to Transport for London. So we've set that out as well in our, I think it's EIP 177, yeah, in EIP 177, our cycle and car parking document.
Thank you. And in terms of the delivery of this policy, I think this is a matter that's of interest to people. The policy refers to development must ensure the delivery of the Southwark Spine, and that's shown in a diagram within the plan itself. Is that also shown on the policies map, so that a developer or anybody bringing forward a proposal can see and understand how their scheme might relate to that objective?
Yes, sir, and we've updated this map as well. So we have an updated map for you as part of the amendments to provide the route, to show it more clearly and update it as well.
Just so I'm absolutely clear, Ms. Seymour, an updated map of the cycle spine route. Okay. And then it refers to the wider cycling network route, and I think this is coming back to a point raised by Mr. Smith and Ms. Crisp from Friends of Burgess Park. Again, I understand the council's looking for perhaps a more sort of flexible approach in terms of where this network is, and not sort of setting anything out within the plan. But again, will that be effective if developers need to know or understand how their scheme relates to the network, whether there are key parts, key missing links that could be provided as part of that development? How will they know from the policy that they can sort of effectively bring that forward?
And so it's all on our Southwark mapping system, so it is available online. We could put a link through to the mapping system online, but because it changes so regularly, if we put it into the plan, then it will very quickly be out of date. So maybe we should put a link to the website into the plan, or we would need to continually update the plan. And if there were printed versions, they would be out of date. That's the issue of the routes, of putting them in. It's not that we want to be more flexible, so it's just that we want to make sure that the most accurate set of routes are available at the time of each application.
Okay, I mean, is there any kind of scope within the supporting sort of reasoning text of the plan for some sort of additional text that would point readers of the document to where they may find the latest or the most up-to-date cycling route network?
Yes, so we can do that for walking and for cycling. It would be possible to do that.
Okay, and in terms of just going back to previous discussions from other sessions, obviously on various kind of inset plans for the area vision, the plan shows the existing cycle network. Is that to be updated or refreshed following these hearing sessions? Can you remind
yes,
me
so yes, so we've been doing that now. So that's being looked at, and then we'll update it again. So it's the most up to date as possible when we adopt the plan.
Okay. Thank you. I am mindful a number of plans would present as possibly as an appendix or an annex to the document a cycle route network, so that people can see in detail. I appreciate the changing and evolving nature of things, but I think to kind of make the plan effective, some kind of reference or signposting is going to be needed to assist people. And in terms of the cycle spine route itself, how has this emerged as a kind of a key project or priority, and who's going to deliver it? I mean, is it effectively going to be entirely development funded, or are there potentially other sources to kind of enable this to come forward?
I can respond to that. Is that it is firmly based in both our policy and our movement plan, that it in this year we normally ask Transport for London for annual funding towards this, and we complement it with any Section 278 monies that are active in the area. As you can imagine, this year that funding has been put on hold. And while construction management has been happening in the Aylesbury area, where the beginning of the spine is largely, that's been quite difficult to get delivered until all that construction is. So the plan is there. Yes, we asked for contributions to public realm improvements. So that might be a bit of park, might be a bit of cycle parking, might be a bit of cycle route. So we use the combination of that plus annual funding requests when they will be reinstated. We will always continue to try and deliver that. We have had a huge problem with trying to deliver it in the south of the borough, where there are far more car parking spaces to be considered. So the progress of it is nowhere near as fast as we would have liked, for more than just the reason of development. It's 100 reasons why people are not so favourable for that kind of change, but we still pursue it as we believe it's very, very important.
And so since the plan went for submission 3 years ago, the council's invested about £1 million from TfL funding and council capital in the spine. So as Miss Howson was saying, this work, you know, there's a lot of work going on, and it does change. There's definite commitment to that.
Thank you. If I can bring in other people, if I could start with Ms. Chris, please, for Friends of Burgess Park on policy P52. I don't know if there's anything further you wish to add in relation to your statement. I think firstly on the kind of the alignment, as I understand it, your concerns about the alignment of the spine and how it will kind of navigate in the Burgess Park.
Yes, yes, that's correct. Can I also just pick up on a point that I made in my submission, and which I think has come out during the discussion today, which was in my submission, I sort of struggled to find information about cycle routes, and I did refer to that earlier. And then following some comments which were made on the earlier in the meeting, I have looked online and found that the council in January this year have updated the information on their cycle routes on the web page, so I could quite easily today find that information, which I definitely spent a long time looking for in order to complete my submission. So that is a step forward, and I also appreciate the points which have been made in the meeting today about having a link through and updating maps about cycle routes and pedestrian routes and so on, which I think is an excellent improvement. The specifics of the cycle spine, Southwark cycle spine route, is the route through Burgess Park, and I think, as has already been intimated, any route then needs detailed consultation in terms of what it looks like. So I have seen that on the published map on the cycle page, cycle route page, the council have included the road route as a dotted line, which was omitted from the plan as shown in figure 9 in the draft plan. So I think from our point of view, we definitely want to see that road route as part of the consideration, and that it's shown in all maps about this route, that it shows that route along the road consistently in all maps, and particularly ones linked in with planning and development. I mean, we will contest the route across the park. I think the language needs to be clear that it's proposed. It's an idea. It hasn't happened yet, but there was a lot of effort to try and get that dotted line along the road route, which was agreed by the council, and as I say, now needs to be sort of shown consistently and recognised as something that has been agreed with the council following feedback from residents. But the route across the park is definitely not received full support from local people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And in addition, sorry, Ms. Crisp, in terms of additionally your comments around the cycle network, your statement refers to, I think, an orbital kind of cycle route around the park. So would that be within the perimeter of the park, or very much out with the boundary?
Well, I think there's some very wide roads around the park, actually. Albany Road is quite wide, and part of St George's Way is quite wide. I'm obviously not a transport planning expert, so I don't particularly want to say either way on that, but I think there is room to do some stuff. And in fact, in some of the Aylesbury original designs, they had included some interesting stuff about some sort of gardens and setback and things like that, which could be used. And you've got the same on the other side of the road, where there's a lot of car parking along St George's Way in front of the estate there. So there's a lot of space to play with, I would say, compared to many parts of the borough. And we're interested in an orbital route, and we've looked at the comments that came through on a council consultation about routes, for cycle routes, and you could see that there was, if you pulled them all together and took that lens to it, which is obviously our particular sort of conceptual idea, it could be interpreted in other ways. There was plenty of evidence that cycling around the park is very difficult. People do not like cycling along either of those main roads, which obviously then pushes the traffic into the park. And I do want to sort of pick up the point that that Mr. Smythe has made about how cycling routes have sort of filled up with people within a year. There's obviously going to be massive increases in number of cyclists that are wanted. So these sort of big and ambitious plans about cycling and walking routes is obviously to be welcome, and it's what is needed, and they do need to be planned in advance, and obviously the funding needs to be identified for them. So I completely appreciate that, but I am equally concerned about making it a default for cycle routes through green space, which also are pressurized. And I do understand that the physical position of Burgess Park across the middle of the park, across the middle of the borough, is difficult, and it does need to be thought about. But once again, as with all these things, it needs a holistic conversation, and it does feel that, you know, the route's been put through the middle as just, oh yes, let's go through there. Which is why it's so important that investment takes place in the alternative road route, because that needs to be a high quality, good route, so that it's a route which cyclists choose, basically, because of its convenience, because that's what it's about at the end of the day, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any further points people wish to make in relation to point 1 of policy P52? Mr. Smith, please.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, not unexpected. I want to say something here. I think just in response to Friends of Burgess Park, I mean, the key question from a spatial planning perspective is how to comply with government guidance, and that, you know, obviously local amenity groups will have certain views. The question is how to plan, you know, a coherent cycle and walking network. Where do people need to go from to? How will those numbers change as new developments come on stream? And how can we plan positively for the maximum possible increases in cycling to meet wider objectives? The last time that happened in Southwark was about 2014 for the Southwark cycling strategy, and that proposed a route across the park because the park basically goes across the middle of the borough. There will be capacity issues if you simply rely on the roads on one side. Some people might want to cycle around the park for leisure, but that's only a leisure rather than a utility trip. The big problem I'm struggling with, and I don't want to kind of be sounding rude to Southwark, but what they've been saying today is simply not matched by the facts on the ground. So in relation to the Southwark Spine, the half north of Burgess Park, officers have consistently said that's been dropped, that they were using the alignment along Portland Street instead, which runs just next to Walworth Road. The bit through the kind of to the, just get the name of the street, I do cycle on it, I've forgotten the name, Flint Street Thurlow Walk, Thurlow Street rather, that has been dropped. Despite that being through, the heart of the redevelopment, which we're told, actually needs some car parking spaces because of a low PTAL. That's a classic example of not planning positively, cancelling a cycle route and saying we need to put car parking spaces in there. Now, what's the problem? Well, Southwark for Balfour Street have messed up so it can't be a cycle route, and then TfL for the crossing of New Kent Road have messed that up as well. And then as part of the major redevelopment around Elephant Park, Southwark have severed other possible cycle routes. So you have what's basically the main north-south cycle route through the borough, now simply on one alignment, and with alternatives being severed by new development. We're told that Southwark's very clever and wants to look at opportunities for each development. What's actually happened is there's been a complete failure to plan for a coherent cycle network, or indeed for capacity for cycling levels to increase during a couple of years, let alone the whole plan period. There is no local cycling walking improvement plan, contrary to 104D of the NPPF. The evidence base dating from 2014 is clearly out of date on cycling networks, because that's 7 years ago. And public policy has changed a lot, not least the government's ambitions. And there's been no join up with Transport for London that since then has carried out a strategic cycling assessment and a strategic walking assessment. And again, there is no carry through to Southwark's planning. You could say, well, developers, send them some hyperlinks to this site, to that map, and then they can kind of somehow using AI, machine learning, coalesce the different routes and work out the optimal solution. But that's not what planning policy requires. Planning policy requires going through this process and drawing up routes so there is some certainty and there's effectiveness. I would also like to comment on the design quality point, or the design standards. Southwark has said this is not appropriate to be in the new Southwark plan. Well, other local plans do mention that, such as Camden and Hackney's. Why should this be in a separate document that we're told will come through because Southwark constantly updates things? Well, looking at the last 7 years, they haven't been constantly updating the cycling stuff. If anything, they've been cutting it back. One final point about how this is happening for each individual development. So I've given you the example of the Elephant redevelopment and how that has severed existing cycle routes, let alone failed to provide the new ones on the plan. I would also give you the example of the redevelopment of the football stadium by East Dulwich Station, near where I live. Now, the 2015 Southwark Plan and the 2019 Local Implementation Plan had a cycle route going through there. That's now simply been removed from the planned cycle network on the GeoStore map without any justification. There are basically no east-west cycle routes in that area. And again, an opportunity to plan positively to meet and address identified needs has been taken out without any consultation or justification. This is clearly a complete mess. This is clearly in breach of national and regional policy and evidence bases, and major work is required by Southwark to look at this again. Finally, on cycle parking, I don't know whether you wish me to deal with that now. Very briefly, the London Plan standards, they were a minimum. They now need to be exceeded because of the climate, our 2035 legal duty target, and also the 2020 gear change strategy by the government that aims for a far bigger modal shift to walking and cycling. So it's not enough to simply say, well, you know, we're meeting the London Plan, because that in itself is out of date. And there's huge potential, particularly, and this is something you can speculate on until May the 8th, but Sadiq Khan in his manifesto has said that the Bakerloo line is not his top priority. So obviously see what happens, who is elected, but it does sound as if that's on the rocks for now. And therefore a much bigger provision of walking and cycling infrastructure is needed. And it's notable that Southwark plans the same amount of new cycle routes around the Old Kent Road by 2035, 15 years, as other boroughs like Croydon and other neighbours have delivered in about 15 weeks last year. So that really illustrates the scale of lack of ambition by this borough. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. I was going to come on to cycle parking standards. We'll come on to that shortly. Just on this point of the requirement to prepare a local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. Can Southwark just update me on how it's addressed that requirement? Ms. Howson?
Yes, so I think I explained earlier that we put all of our transport into the movement plan because we wanted to be more about people, place, experience. It has only been adopted 2 years, so it's still early days on that. But that absolutely prioritised the sustainable active transport over and then public transport over that. We have to balance it with delivery and service needs because we're doing a large lot of mixed development which requires that. We also now are rolling out a series of low traffic neighbourhoods which we've started to pioneer through the COVID programme. People are responding to that, some positively, some not. But on any changes on the public highway, absolutely have to be consulted. So no, we also, the test of soundness in the NSP is that it's deliverable. So the spine we have started to deliver, as earlier I described that, construction management, balancing that, but we still aim to have a spine, and we have the Quiet Ways networks which run alongside that. In the AAP, we have got routes that will follow a new linear park and routes that run parallel to the Old Kent Road, as well as the long-term aim to have segregated cycling from Bricklayers Arms down to Ilderton Road junction. So those are ideas that have been agreed with TfL and with our highways colleagues, that these are all the things we want to do in. So I do believe we do have a good strategy. We integrated the previous cycle plan into the movement plan when we did that, because again, we don't want to encourage silo working. We want people to look at the space outside of their buildings and think about it as a place for people, whatever mode they're arriving in. So I do think that we've provided sound reasoning and evidence for a strategic document to do that. And I think that my colleague Juliet has shown you that we will constantly be updating the referencing of that. So we did use a 2014 basis to set the routes, but subsequent to that, there's been annual monitoring where Plan B ideas, if for instance, development's going to take longer, you have to have alternative routes. Those were also considered. And as I previously said, we meet regularly with the cycle groups to discuss this. I understand they're always going to be frustrated with our speed of delivery, but we do push forward, and sometimes not everybody who's a resident in an area has the same desire, and therefore that has to be taken on an unbalanced decision each time. So I think that our policy base is sound for that to be able to grow towards less traffic, more sustainable modes. And I think that's the right attitude to have. And that we then encourage people to look at the health benefits, and all the lifestyle benefits that go with that sustainable lifestyle. So hopefully that's useful.
Thank you for that, Ms. Howson. I want to bring in other people, because other people have made comments on policy P52, and I'm keen now to hear from Mr. Rowe, I think it is, on behalf of ROK, both in terms of Mr. Smith led us into the cycle parking standards at the end of his last contribution. I just wonder, Mr. Rowe, I'm mindful you've made submissions on this point, and then that might lead us into your other point around the justification in policy in terms of the contributions to cycle hire and FOBs.
Yes, I could take those all at once. Good morning, my name is Matthew Rowe. I'm from Rock Planning, representing Unite, who operate a number of purpose-built student accommodation schemes across London, and are looking and are expanding into the co-living sector as well, and build to rent. And they've obviously been delivering purpose-built student accommodation schemes for a number of years now, in accordance with the London plan, which required 0.5 car parking, cycle parking provision per student room. And what that has actually led to in practicality, as demonstrated by our survey, is vast open spaces in buildings that are supposed to be occupied by cycle spaces, which just are not occupied in that way. And yet typically the maximum level of take-up is 5% in terms of number of rooms. And what that does, it means that it's a very inefficient use of space. And you know, I think there's a number of different reasons for that. You know, namely that students, generally the student schemes are located in accessible locations, and there's a vast availability of public transport. There's also the ability to walk to and from HEIs, so that has a big influence on it. Also as well, it's notable that even in Southwark's policy, the actual cycle parking requirements for university buildings are only one space per 3 students. So that what students find is that it's difficult, if they wanted to use cycles, it's difficult to find spaces when they get to the university buildings. And so what Unite have been looking at this over a sustained period of time. And one thing they are very supportive of is cycle hire schemes. I think that's a good alternative, that if students do want to use bikes on the odd days, then that's one way that they can get around London into wider areas, and that's something they're supportive of. But all the evidence points towards that the provision of 1 space per student bedroom is way too high. Even the London plan that has 0.75 spaces per bedroom, which we think is very high as well. And Unite's submission is that there should be, even if it's 0.25 spaces per student bed, that will still allow quite big significant growth in student use of cycles in the future compared to the existing situation. And therefore, in the absence of any policy evidence provided by the council, I believe that should be the right way forward. But one thing they did agree in the Lambeth EIP, which was very recent, was that rather than having minimum cycle parking standards, the more flexible approach is appropriate, where other initiatives are looked at in the round, such as contribution to cycle hire schemes and so on. And so that's their submission. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Does the council, I think you referred to a moment ago, Ms Seymour, is in EIP, is it 177? I think the council is proposing modifications to the cycle parking standards. Is that correct?
Yes, for students, it's 1 space per bed. That's what we have as our minimum requirements. All of the cycle parking standards are minimum requirements.
So in this instance, Southwark is going higher than the London plan.
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir. That's in EIP 177. Sui generis students, 1 space per bed, minimum of 2 spaces, and then for the visitors, 1 space per 10 beds, minimum of 2 spaces.
And Southwark's rationale for this standard?
If you're a student in Southwark, you need to be able to cycle, and if you're going to have a cycle, you need somewhere to put your bike. I mean, and that, I just believe that all students who come to Southwark, but everybody needs to cycle around. They need the opportunity to have somewhere to put their bike, because the student rooms are not the place where you'd be able to keep your bike, and you need to put it somewhere safely. And you need to also, if you're going to cycle to uni or wherever you need to go, you need to be able to come out your house, get your bike or your flat, get your bike, go to wherever you need to go to, come back, put your bike away. And for that, you just need a cycle space. You can't be worrying every evening when you come home if there's a space to put your bike, and then you might have to leave it outside on the road overnight, and you want it to be safe. And so that's why I just think for students, they're not going to be having cars. It's unlikely they'd use public transport to get to where they need to go. So, they might do, but we want to give everyone the opportunity to be able to cycle.
Thank you. Does the council have any rebuttal it wishes to make in terms of the point of more flexible approach that other things could be taken into consideration, such as contributions to cycle hire schemes, for example, as of offsetting that parking standard? Ms Howson?
I just want to say that we have been flexible in one way, is that we always put a condition of detailed design of the cycling so that it can be adapted to be more suitable to the location as they get to find out how they want to use. But we want to make sure that sufficient space is available when the planning permission is given for a full range of cycle parking to be there. One of the options that I have been able to agree with the GLA is reasonable for certain kind of living is, as I previously mentioned, the in-house cycle locker, good quality, what I call Brompton style, in order to get a quality. So we have often taken that 10 of those could be a consideration of it, especially when they've got students coming from further afield who may not be able to bring their bike. Having that in-house cycle hire facility that's managed by the development is a good idea, and it's especially if they use Bromptons, they can fold them to go on public transport as well to do combined journeys. So there are always ways to move forward with that, but I agree why we set out the standard where in some instances we are higher, is because we think that the future of that may also be that getting to a variety of academic places from Southwark will, the best, most economic way for the student to do it will be by bike. And therefore we think that is the way with which we're flexible with the lockers. But the space must be there, and the lift, if you're going to put it in a basement, you absolutely have to have the equivalent space in the lift to move people up and down and things like that. So that's why we're very, very keen to make sure that quality is as important as quantity. And we're encouraging, especially in reduced living spaces, that they consider basement for all sorts of bulk storage, including a bike. You know, somebody might have plumbing equipment or all sorts of things, where a good secure cycle storage might also allow them good quality storage of other large items that you don't really want to move up and down internally. So there's ways with that can be done, and then we test it with our colleagues at TfL and the GLA, that can be seen as sound and reasonable, but you have to always have a base to negotiate from, and that's why I support what Juliet said, is why we have that standard.
Okay, thank you for that. If I can hear from Mr. Smith, and then I'll come back to Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, sir. So I know I've been harsh on Southwark, so I think it's only fair that I'm supportive now on this point. I think, first of all, yes, you know, there might appear to be not so much use now, but these are buildings hopefully with a 60 or longer year lifespan. And it's all the more important we think about how they can be used flexibly in the future, given the adaptable design principles in the PPG, and also the emerging importance of circular economy principles. And providing, you know, space such as for cycles, as long as it's adaptable, is prudent planning. I mean, when I was a student for a year in London, I was terrified of cycling, but conditions are changing. The rollout of what Lambeth and City of London have done in the last year is quite incredible. It's now becoming a much safer and attractive place to cycle rather than, you know, a scary place. That trend will continue during the plan period and likely to make more students feel not just comfortable, but cycling's fun. And finally, something that Visit Britain has highlighted is that many people coming from abroad to the UK are scared of, you know, cycling or driving on the left-hand side of the road. There may be a change in the proportion of foreign students, given, you know, recent macroeconomic things that mean more students are used to using the left-hand side of the road. So in conclusion, so I support Southwark here. Southwark Cyclists does. This is good planning, not just for now, but for the long term.
Thank you for that. Noted the references there to Lambeth and City of London only. Mr. Rowe, please.
Yes, I don't want to labour this point too much, but, you know, our actual recent detailed on-site evidence is that the current take-up is 0.05 spaces required per student bedroom. What we're suggesting is 0.25 spaces per student bedroom, which would allow for significant growth. And there doesn't seem to be any actual physical, you know, tangible evidence provided to support the council's position other than a gut feel. I just want to make it clear that Unite have been committed to providing cycle spaces across all of their schemes in London over the last 10 to 15 years. And there just hasn't been the take up for that. So what you're currently left with is, you know, it's really shocking in the context of, you know, how much land is needed for development. There's big open spaces in buildings that are just with empty cycle racks in them. And we're just trying to come up with a way forward that minimises and stops that happening, but at the same time does offer the ability for students to use cycles if they need to, and that ability will still be there. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I've got one final point on policy P52, and then I would like to take a morning adjournment. And the final point on P52, from my perspective, is the policy requires both a contribution towards the provision of cycle hire schemes and docking stations, seeking financial contributions from major developments. And then looking for development must provide a 2-year cycle hire fob per dwelling where it's a docking station is within 400 metres of the proposed development. From the council's perspective, I mean, are these requirements justified, meet the tests, the necessary tests in terms of the legality of developer contributions being necessary, fair and reasonably related, and presumably the 2-year cycle hire fob per dwelling presumably applies to any scale of development within 400 metres of an existing an existing docking station.
Yes, sir. We think this would incentivise cycling, and it would overcome a lot of the barriers to cycling, because it will enable people, you know, for the first 2 years, if you have the free fob, that will incentivise you to use cycling as a mode of transport. And we need to use all of our endeavours in order to enable people and encourage people to cycle. So where take-up might be low at present, it's important that we use all means available in order to encourage people to cycle, so they can learn that it is safe to cycle in the borough using all of the various routes. And so that's why we think this is really essential in order to enable the delivery of the docking stations and enable the maximum encouragement for people to cycle, whether they're working or living in the borough. And that's why we consider this to be important. It's about implementation of the policy, and those first 2 years are really important when somebody is going to and from a place, to get them into a routine where cycling is a really viable option. That's why we've put this in the policy.
And in terms of the potential cost implications of criteria 6 and 7 of the policy, does the council have an understanding of that? I mean, pardon my ignorance, but what's the kind of the cost of a hire fob for 2 years?
It's Howson knows that, or I can add.
I'm sure
when I was working out the contribution for the Old Kent Road rollout, we looked at we did a contribution of £50 per new residential unit to be able to deliver the docking stations highlighted in the rollout. The agreement was that the borough would be putting half of that, the money that TfL would be doing the other half, whereas previously TfL in the central area with the existing Santander had taken 100% contribution from the developers to roll out that. So we utilised existing S106 to do this rollout to Canada Water, and we will continue to do that. But I just want to add that we also discuss that in other areas they may want to talk to some of the alternatives to Santander, like there's several e-bike being tested at the moment on our highways in partnership with our neighbouring boroughs, and those will then become legitimate cycle hire options. And we think they'll be particularly popular to be based at stations south of the borough, where the Santander will be longer to roll out. So that, with the Brompton Locker style options that can also be included in a public access way at stations as well. So where we've got development, where we've got a deliverable project, then we believe it's legitimate to ask for a specific 106 contribution at that location at that time. But the only agreed extension at the moment is the one that I've previously talked about to Canada Water and down the Old Kent Road. That's called the phase 1 rollout, and was agreed with Will Norman in February 2019. So I think that, or sorry, February 2020, just before lockdown. Yes. So I do believe that we are trying to make that reasonable. And when we did the 106s on the Old Kent Road just after that, it was deemed reasonable, the £50 contribution to that. And then, well, but once this becomes firmer, then we think that membership as well as contribution will be a reasonable request. But at the moment, because it's people will be occupying prior to that, it's not necessarily sound to ask for the membership just yet, although we continue to ask it in the central area, Elephant, etc.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Smith, please.
So very briefly, I've made submissions on this, supportive in principle, but a fob is a bit, it's like saying, give someone a DVD. It's not technology neutral. If someone wants to actually buy a bike or, get an old bike service, surely this should be flexible enough to, give them a voucher, equivalent voucher to that, rather than a fob, because that locks them in probably to higher cycle use. To greater cycle use, I should say, in case that's confusing. I'd also say that I'm supportive, very much supportive of developers giving contributions to cycle hire, because the pace of rollout's been glacial. They should be, to be effective, it needs to be clearer how much developers should pay towards cycle hire. There was a report approved by Southwark's cabinet about cycle hire rollout that perhaps should be part of the evidence base here. It kind of shows more ideas of locations. And I'd say actually back to the example of Miss Houston's point about, being curbside for somewhere like a new shopping development, or, some of the large developments in the borough, you might actually want, as in other boroughs, the hire station to be, inside that development, rather than just on a side of the street at the edge. So those are my points. So broadly supportive, but needs a bit of modernisation and flexibility plus effectiveness to be sound.
Okay. Thank you for that. Is there anything further from the Council on policy P52 before I take a break?
If I could just add, sir, that there are also, we've been looking at tax-free options and employer options in all, so for when we're asking for the FOBs.
Okay. Thank you for that. We've still got a number of transport policies to cover. Probably won't take as long, I hope, as P52, because I haven't got many questions on them. I'm going to deal with those after we take the break, and then we've got some further discussion and start discussion on some of the implementation policies before lunch. So what I'd like to do is be back here at 11:45, and then I'm really going to try and focus the remaining transport discussion in about a half an hour slot, and then we'll then move on to other matters. So if we can see people back here, please, at 11:45. Thank you. Hello, this is the Inspector. Are we about to reopen? Yep.
Hello, sorry, Inspector. My internet went, but I didn't see the time when you went. But Athena took over, so sorry about that.
That's okay. That's fine. Well, welcome back. I see other people have joined us. I think for the kind of next bit on kind of implementation. So I'm going to have to move the remainder of the transport session along. We'll go back to policy. We've got policy P49 on highway impacts. The council's responded to various points in relation to questions we'd raised in our matters, issues and questions. I'm mindful, Mr. Smith, you've made representations on this. I think your general position on this policy is you consider it needs a complete rewrite, and obviously you've directed us to the recent consultation on the NPPF.
So yes, just briefly, the new climate target adopted last week by the government makes this even more important. And just to give you an example of the scale of change needed, Greenwich in its climate strategy, so almost a neighbouring borough, has found by looking at the evidence it needs to reduce traffic by 45% by 2030. Now, Southwark has previously said that they might look into changing the text about minimising demand, so in other words, reducing the increase in traffic. But Ms. Seymour has said that anything else would require a main modification. I think, to be fair, I would agree with that. So to conclude, I mean, besides more detailed policy on things like construction and management plans that fits, in fact, other commitments by Southwark, there is a radical need for big traffic reduction, and that will require a main modification. The challenge is what level of traffic reduction and how to get the evidence base to justify that. And that's something hopefully the climate strategy will look at, but I'm not particularly confident it will. And then also how to deal with that spatially. I would say, sir, that the borough needs to have a street hierarchy. That's something that other boroughs like City of London and I think Lambeth have, showing the connection of roads. Southwark only has a map showing A and B roads, which is like the past rather than its future aspirations and how the road network will deliver a big cut in traffic.
Thank you for that. Is there anything the council wishes to come back in terms of on that in terms of policy P49?
Sorry, sir. No, sir. Thank you. The only point I would make is we've updated the contents page now to show that the construction management plans are part of the validation requirement and where they relate to each policy.
I can just add that we are updating the movement plan to reflect that. So by the time this is adopted, our movement plan will have been reviewed and the targets agreed. And therefore, the evidence base stays the same. It's the modelling of the evidence that can be updated constantly. So we do have the mechanism in place to reassess the modelling from the evidence base as each development comes through. So I think we're quite sound with managing that. And the movement plan will be updated. And we have also introduced a new cabinet member for low traffic neighbourhoods just come in, and we're preparing information for what that would imply and how that would impact on things. So all of those will contribute to when we to information that we'll keep on the web page that we'll have the link to in the policy document. Is that correct, Juliet? We'll have the links.
Yes, sir.
So where we refresh evidence, it'll always be a link to the most up-to-date evidence that we have and the most up-to-date modelling of that evidence.
In terms of policies, you know, there's the policy is from an era a decade ago. It's not sound, and nothing this House and the Seds changes that, I'm afraid, sir.
Thank you. That's your position is understood.
Understood. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move on in terms of policy P15. So P50 on walking. I think we've raised no soundness questions in relation to this policy, but can I just be clear from the council in terms of the discussion we had earlier in relation to cycle strategy? Just want to be clear about whether there is a walking network, a similar kind of spatial expression of that could be linked to within the plan.
It's not on the policies map, but there is a walking routes, and it is mapped, and we have got the link to that.
Mr. Smith, please.
Sorry, the position's been made clear about the lack of a walking network. There's the historic Jubilee walkway from, when the Queen's Jubilee was, and the Green Chain network, but they're not, they're for leisure walking. They're not the walking networks required by the NPPF or the London plan. So clearly a lot of work needing to be done there, and I'd say that's the soundness issue.
Aston, can you put the...
Sorry. I think someone's left their microphone on. That is a soundness issue, particularly given the Department for Transport's ambitions for an increase in walking and cycling from its 2020 position.
Sorry, Mr. Smith, I don't think I just turned my microphone off. I'm really sorry about that. The bin men came and I had a disaster. Sorry about that.
We absolutely believe we can make a link to a walking network map, as Juliet thinks, that will be kept up to date. What we do want to emphasise is the movement plan is about the movement of people everywhere, and healthy streets means that our ambition is that every street is healthy for walking and cycling as the priority. And so the low traffic neighbourhood work should help to make clearer walking networks. What COVID has also taught us is that a lot of people have started walking through estates, and therefore there needs to be some consideration about the privacy of people in estates and the movement of people through. Great to move through, but not to linger. So we do have some work to do on that, but it will be covered in the low traffic neighbourhood work, which by the time we that's going to be researched and drafted this summer. So we should, by the autumn, have that, and the map network on our GIS mapping will be updated accordingly. Also, just to back, another piece of background is that we've had a Commonplace website up and going all the way through COVID, where a lot more people have felt confident to tell us about places they'd like to have more connectivity and things like that. So we've got another load of evidence from people coming from the Commonplace website that could be really useful to us in our annual monitoring and risk assessment to then improve our policies and strategies each year.
Thank you for that. I mean, in terms of one of the council's changes to policy P50, it links now to policy P51 on low-line routes. Again, the council's answered our question, matters issues question 915 on low-line routes. And there's a reference now to a low-line supplementary planning document. Is that something the council's intending to produce?
Yes, so that's set out in our LDS that we are preparing a low-line planning document.
And in terms of its delivery of the low line, again, similar to the Southwark cycle spine, obviously development within proximate of the route is obviously expected to support its implementation, but are there other initiatives or funding that's going to help deliver the low line initiative?
Yes, there's a number of local groups who are all leading on this, and the council's supporting, but we're not leading. I think I listed the funding in the matter, so in my response to the matter of where the funding is coming from. Is a lot, there's a lot of local community leaders who are leading on the project and bringing it forward and getting funding in. So we're not leading on that. We're just requiring that where development is near or next to the low line, that the space is put aside and the appropriate type of space to enable the low line in the set to take place. We did that before along the Thames path in a historic policy, and it was really successful. So we're just replicating the work that we've done there to make sure you've got a consistent route that can take you all the way along, because without the policy, I don't think that it would happen. That was certainly our experience on the Thames path when we brought it in. It enabled there to be a continuous route along the whole Thames, and we'd like the same for the low line.
Okay. Mr. Smith, please.
Very briefly, sir, the question you've asked is, should cycling be allowed or planned for along the low lines? Southwark hasn't given you a good reason why. And almost quite bizarrely, Councillor Johnson Situ the other day has tweeted that walking and cycling will be promoted along the low line. So you have the cabinet member saying one thing and then his officers saying something else. And in particular, what's going wrong is that some of the new developments are so badly designed, they're putting anti-cycling infrastructure along the low line. Those things, that the flaps that pop up unless you're going across in the right direction, that's also in breach of the Equality Act. So I'd ask that you do make a clear recommendation. The low line should be for walking and cycling. That should go in the Southwark plan rather than having to wait however long it takes Southwark to come up with an SPD.
Thank you. Does Southwark want to respond to that? Because obviously policy P51 specifically refers only to walking. Is that the intention of the low line initiative, or does it have a dual functionality?
All of the meetings that I've had with the people who are taking the low line forward have been for walking, not for cycling. So that's the intention that we're setting out in the policy.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any further points people wish to make on the low line routes policy? No, which then brings us finally to policy P53 on car parking. Again, the council is proposing changes to the parking standards, I think in policy EIP 177. I'm mindful Transport for London have made representations on this. I don't think Mr. Porter is still with us, or whether a colleague from TfL is with us, in terms of, I think, seeking restraint-based parking standards, conformity with the London plan. And I don't know, Ms. Seymour, whether EIP 177 goes to the heart of this?
Yes, so EIP 177, we made all the amendments that Transport for London asked for, and we now have a statement of common ground with them. So they're now comfortable with our standards. We took the opposite approach to the cycling. So whereas with the cycling, we introduced the most cycle parking standards, with the car parking, we've introduced the lowest car parking requirements. So if there were less car parking spaces required in the London plan, we introduced that. And if there were less car parking spaces in the new Southwark plan, then we introduced that, and TfL are happy with that approach, and they've agreed that with us in a statement of consultation. Ms. Voss is here from TfL as well, sir, so she can probably speak for herself.
Okay, Ms. Voss from TfL, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I fully agree with what my colleague Juliet's just said. So we're very happy with the approach taken to both car and cycle parking.
Okay, thank you. And then just before I bring in Mr. Smith just back to the council in terms of the various changes to the car parking policy that were presented as part of the council's proposed changes. And one of them is around car club membership and seeking sort of contributions from schemes if it creates 80 units or more. And again, it's whether that threshold is justified. And also that the car club bay is located within 850 metres of the development. So I just wonder where those requirements or thresholds have come from.
They're from our working practice, that's where they've come from. So we would consider that as soon as the development has 80 units or more, we'd need the 3 years free membership as we've set out, and the 850 metres of the development. They've come from our experience of introducing these practical projects in other applications, and that's where the 80 units is where we consider it would be reasonable to require the car club. And the 850 metres, that's from the practical implementation, and that's where that's come. It hasn't come from a planning NPPF type measurement. It's come from a practical implementation measurement of what we use in practice in order to justify our approach.
I can also say that I've got an example where we have used our initiative on this. So on the Ruby Triangle side in the Old Kent Road, when that was approved, enterprise cars are coming back onto their site. And part of the agreement is that they operate the car club for all the new residents in and around that area, so that it's one that wouldn't take extra road space to manage. So they'll have that, and that means they can be part of a club that they could use an enterprise car for a longer journey if necessary. So we think that's quite a good mitigated method of where we are trying to reduce visible car parking in, using a business that's going to come back on. We think, and they're going to make sure that there's a lot of e-vehicles available for that as well. So it's going to be something that we can then monitor to see how successful that model is, and that is actually beginning to be. The demolition has started on that site, so it won't be very long in planning terms before we actually can see how that might benefit.
Obviously, the policy itself refers to electrical vehicle charging points. Is that, from Southwark's perspective, is that you seeking provision in accordance with what's set out in the London plan, or do you have separate standards or requirements in Southwark?
Juliet might be able to talk generally, but from what we've tried to encourage car free, but there are developments in mixed use which have some parking back on, and for instance, Aldi have agreed to not only put e-charging but rapid e-charging in their car parks, so that will be 20-minute rapid charge while you do your shop. The Canton site, where there will be a click and collect kind of opportunity there for Halfords and Pets, the Pets shop there. They also putting in the charging points, Southernwood and Ruby, but many of the slightly smaller ones have very little parking, only disabled, but we do try and encourage them to make a blue badge E as well, because everybody's vehicle will hopefully eventually move away from the more carbon polluting ones.
We are the same as the London
So I think
plans.
we have, and we are that. So I think it's a minimum of 20% of any parking provided has to have e-charging. That's what but many of the developments are having no private car parking, only Blue Badge and a couple of servicing bays, but we've also asked for them to provide an e-charging facility within that. And that's secured through the 106, but it tends to be bespoke.
Thank you for that. Mr. Smith, please, on policy P53.
Yeah, 3 points here, sir. In relation to the parking standards, the whole borough should be no general parking other than disabled, as even Camden did a couple of years before the net zero changes. Now, we'd argue that with the new 2035 target, it's even more imperative that all developments are car free other than disabled. And that's because the actual embedded carbon in buying and owning a car is high, and that needs to be reduced as well. And the need to move the 2041 targets forward, again, puts the onus on Southwark to justify why there should still be new parking spaces provided. Second point is around the proposed 3-year membership requirement. That might have been proper in 2014, but any of that funding now should be going towards cycle credits, whatever form. So that fits with the TfL targets to shift from driving, whether your own car or a car share, towards active travel and public transport. And the third point is that the way this policy is tied to car club bays, it's another DVD moment, I'm afraid to say, where the market intelligence move forwards. Most of the car clubs now, I'm using myself, are floating rather than based on bays. So actually, if the plan is more positive to shifting away from car parking completely, that will encourage the private market to increase the densification of floating car sharing throughout the borough, and there'll be no need for this reference to 850 metres to a car parking bay. That's the case now, let alone during the plan period. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. Is there any final points the council wishes to come back to on what's been raised? Ms. Vice from TfL, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that that floating car club bays actually, or floating car club model is not supported by TfL in Inner London. We think that car clubs should be a once in a while thing, similar to taxis, because they are car journeys, and floating car clubs do encourage much more ad hoc and convenient car use, whereas we think it should be for a once in a while, very, very occasional trip in very high density places like Inner London.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm now going to draw a line under the transport discussion. Thank you everybody for your contributions. As somebody who still listens to music on cassettes, DVD sounds quite futuristic, so obviously way behind the curve. But thank you everybody, and I'm now going to pass over, I think, to my colleague Mr. Milam for the second part or second issue of the implementation discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Seymour, did you want to?
Yes, sorry, sir. Could I just ask a question just on the practicalities of moving forward? I haven't got my colleagues here to discuss the viability policy. I presumed we were going to do that in the next session. Can I just check that's right?
Yes, that's correct. My questions were focused on agenda item 3, the soundness of policies IP 3, 4, 5, 7 and 8.
And it's just that IP3 is still in section 106, sir?
It is. I really only want, I don't want to necessarily talk about the sort of viability report per se. I think that's going to come up in the session to come. I really just want to sort of, I had a couple of brief questions on the actual necessity of the policy and some wording issues. So if we cover those now, then obviously we can look at the viability later on in due course when your colleagues are with us.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Excellent. So obviously we've got a number of different sort of policy areas to go through and are contained in the plan. So starting with, as I just said, in terms of IP3, I think what I just wanted to understand in the first instance was why it's necessary to sort of have a fairly succinct policy, and if so, why that's necessary for soundness, Seymour.
Well, the purpose of this policy is to be clear that we will be requiring SIL and Section 106. I know that SIL is dealt with under a different regime, but it's helpful to be clear with everyone that this is what we will be asking for. One of the suggestions that we were going to put forward to you was looking at the Section 106 and SIL. All of the different requirements are in all of the different policies throughout the plan. So you don't necessarily need this policy in order to show all of the different requirements, because all of those are within each sort of subject area policy, for a better way of describing it. But the purpose of this policy was to just set the strategy for the implementation. So in order to be able to provide effective delivery of the social and environmental and sometimes some of the economic infrastructure, we need to demonstrate how we're delivering SIL and Section 106. And so the purpose of this policy was to be clear with everyone how we were going to implement the development plan. And that's why we consider this policy necessary for soundness. It's to be transparent and for the effectiveness of the plan.
Thank you. What I also wanted to sort of touch on briefly is I don't want to sort of overlap too much with where we'll probably go this afternoon in terms of viability overall, but I think is the policy sufficiently clear as to the circumstances where, for example, contributions from Section 106 may need to be reduced in circumstances where development is unable to viably afford all of the requirements sought? Because at the moment there doesn't appear to be any flexibility or in that wording in IP3.
And following on from the session we had in the previous hearing, we're proposing an amendment to add in a third bullet point where we set out that wording. We sent that through to you, I recognise it was yesterday evening, sir, in an updated viability note. So I expect you won't have been able to look at that yet, but we did have some wording in a third bullet that we're proposing that maybe we could go through this afternoon, sir, setting out what we consider needs to be put in response to your further questions, and we expect you'll make that a main modification. And so it's just a couple of sentences saying that we would prioritise affordable housing, and that this was in response to the session that we had on Burgess Business Park, where we were asked to think about a viability policy and whether that would go in P29 or in IP3. And the council considers that it would be most appropriate to add an additional bullet into IP3, setting out that in certain circumstances we will be asking for viability assessments, and that where there is a challenge on viability, that we will prioritise affordable housing.
Thank you. You sort of somewhat preempted where I was going to go with my next question, Ms. Seymour. I saw that a note had come in, and I was going to have another look over the lunch adjournment, because I think I was sort of going to ask: is there effectively a prioritised list, and if so, if there is one, should that be included in the policy? And are there, whilst I appreciate affordable housing perhaps is your number one priority, are there other high priority things that also ought to be reflected in that case?
Yes, so we were saying affordable housing, and we did have a discussion about whether there would be other priorities in the same way as the London Plan. We do consider affordable housing to be the real key priority. The council does have other priorities, so the climate emergency, family, provision for families are the highest priorities, and then there's also affordable business as well. So we were going to propose an amendment to include our priorities in our strategy at the front of the plan. And so I suppose the question for you, sir, is whether you think we need to add those priorities in that priority order into this policy. At the moment, we're just proposing to include affordable housing, but we recognise that if you think it's necessary, the soundness of the plan, that we could put those priorities into this policy. But the council are suggesting that we put those priorities into the strategy at the start of the plan, so that we're clear that that this is what we are intending to be our priorities for development.
Thank you, Seymour. I think there's probably some other things sort of wrapped in the discussion, which we'll come on to. I also wanted to sort of, obviously the existing policy just talks about community infrastructure levy and planning obligations in terms of addressing impacts of development. Should there also be similar reference to the approach to use of conditions, planning conditions, as well as part of the wider collection of tools in the toolbox?
Yes, so we can add that. That's a good suggestion, because obviously with the use classes order changes as well, so the use of conditions are going to become even a higher priority. So we could add that. We could add that in.
Well, my next question is sort of perhaps, and again we'll come on to this. I think I've got some questions that I wanted to ask on the enforcement policy and on the CPO policy, but is there the case that actually there's a number of sort of aspects to how the council is seeking to deliver its strategy overall, and is it effective to have those spread sort of in fairly limited focus policies in the implementation section, or is it actually for soundness, should some of that be brought together into a sort of more holistic sort of delivery type policy? But we can perhaps, I'll put that view to you now, Ms. Seymour, not necessarily anticipation of an immediate answer. Okay. And as we come on to the other policies, you'll perhaps see when my mind is working. So that was it from my perspective on IP3. I mean, I hadn't necessarily expected I haven't got a record of anyone who's necessarily wanted to speak on this, but I can see Mr. Lee has his hand up. So if it's a fairly brief point, Mr. Lee, if you'd like to make that now.
I'd like to speak in support, Inspector, of your suggestion of a priority list. I think this is absolutely essential, and that the climate emergency should have a high status within that. Of course, affordable housing we support as well. And yes, we support affordable business and workspace that Ms. Seymour referred to. I wanted to just make an observation around whether this is an overall priority list for all CIL and all Section 106, because we have had previously, and I don't know whether it's still in place, the Regulation 123 list for CIL expenditure. And within that, there was a lot of community concern that the collecting of funds for the Bakerloo line extension on Old Kent Road was actually swallowing up all of the CIL money in Southwark. So I wanted to see whether that Regulation 123 list, Bakerloo line extension, was still actually the policy of the council or not. And finally, I think it would be helpful to refer to neighbourhood CIL within IP3 as well. This is so important to communities, and it's also an instrument that's being used a lot across the borough, not just to try and deliver on the social regeneration charter principles, which is an important part of it, but also at a local level to take forward the climate emergency agenda. So neighbourhood CIL is very important and valued, and we'd like to see that mentioned within this policy as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I'll give you an opportunity to respond to anything there, Ms. Seymour.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Lee. We can include the neighbourhood CIL 25%. It's currently in the SPD, but it would be, that was because it was just prepared between different plans. And so we could bring that forward into this policy. I think that's a good idea. Just to inform you, so I'm not, just to make sure you're aware how that works. So nationally, if there's a neighbourhood plan adopted, 25% of CIL has to be spent within that area. So Southwark decided to take that approach a step further. And we say that if there's a neighbourhood area, it gets the money. But then if there's no neighbourhood area, if there's an opportunity area or an action area, that area would get the money. And then if there's no opportunity area or action area, it goes to our local, our sort of council local areas. And so that's how we apply our approach. And I do think that Mr. Lee is right. That would be helpful to bring that into this policy. And it would be important for soundness, because that is how we do apply this policy. And then 75% is borough-wide. So I think that's a good point. And there was another point as well. Sorry, sir. Is there any more that you'd like me to respond to? There was another point which has just slipped my mind.
There was Mr. Lee raised a point about the regulation 123 list. But you'll tell me that's probably still in place, and what we're dealing with is just the matters that would potentially vary under Section 106, which was obviously ultimately a negotiation in the scheme of things, isn't it? So
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The priority list that would go in this policy would relate to the Section 106 elements, and your Reg 123 list would remain elsewhere.
Yes, sir. That's correct. So we're monitoring it all through the monitoring table. So the CIL in Section 106 is monitored already, and that's online as part of our PFM. But we'd also link that through to our monitoring table. We haven't done that yet. We're just working on that at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm clear on that for the moment. So I've got nothing else to add, and I think participants have made their points. So I want to move on now to IP4. Enforcement against unlawful development. Again, this is another one where I'll perhaps ask the obvious question is why is the policy necessary for soundness, as obviously this would be set out elsewhere?
We consider this to be necessary for soundness. I mean, the plan would be sound without it, but it's such an important part of the whole development process that we think it's useful as part of our plan to set out that we will be enforcing and how we will be doing that. And enforcement is moving up the list, I think, of importance with the white paper, setting out enforcement being taken even more seriously. And so I do consider that it is useful to have this implementation policy in the plan.
And within that enforcement policy, it talks about priorities being set out in the council's enforcement plan, and then the highest priority is protect housing stock and tackle poor quality accommodation that harms health and well-being. So is it the case then that the enforcement plan would be the evidence for those priorities?
Yes, sir.
Can you remind me if the enforcement plan is in the examination library, and if so, what its reference is?
I don't think it is, but I can provide it for you, sir, and it is online. It's available to the public, so I can provide that for you.
I think on the basis that you're relying on it as justification for those priorities, it ought to go in the examination library. So if you can send that through to Jacqueline and ask her to put that in the plan. Sorry, in the library. as I was, whilst I sort of understand, and without seeing the enforcement plan, obviously I haven't got sight of obviously what is probably an extensive list of various areas. But I mean, was there any case that there are other sort of significant areas that are also priority for enforcement action that are set out within that plan? For example, harm to other residents' living conditions, whether there are, you know, harm to heritage, built form, environmental harm. Where do they sit on the scale of harms, Ms. Seymour?
The main harm is for unsuitable accommodation. That is where a lot of the work takes place. In Southwark, we have a planning enforcement team and an environmental health enforcement team who work together, and a housing enforcement team who will work together on that, because there are so many issues and cases. We also have heritage enforcement cases where there's so many historic protected features within the borough that the enforcement team need to enforce against that. We also have unauthorised nightclubs and other business uses that the enforcement team need, are another priority for us. And those are the main ones that take place. There's noise as well, which is always a high priority for us.
Thank you. That was all the questions I had on IP4. So I wasn't necessarily expecting any comments on this, although I haven't found any in the representations, but I'll give anyone the opportunity to make any brief points now before I move on. No, I see no hands up, which moves me along to IP5, which is compulsory purchase order. Again, same question really, Ms. Seymour. Does this need to be a one-line policy? What's the?
I think this policy is really, I think this policy is really helpful. When we've done CPOs, we're always asked by our barrister if we do have a short, succinct policy in our development plan, which just makes it clear that we will use our powers to CPO. Again, I understand that we can CPO without this, but we are always asked, and it's always considered best practice when we do our CPOs to make sure that we have a policy in the plan in order for us to be open and transparent for the effective delivery of the plan.
And again, sort of coming back to the sort of theme I sort of mentioned earlier, is what's written in terms of IP5? I mean, is it clear about the sort of steps the council will take before embarking on CPO? Is it sort of just descriptive enough to be effective in its current form?
We don't have the steps in there at the moment. We can put them in there if you think that would be useful, sir.
Well, I think again, it's not supposed so much whether it's useful, whether it's necessary for soundness. I mean, if your view to me is that what's included in IP5 is sound and can be justified, then it's not our role to make things more sound.
Sorry, yeah, but the purpose of the policy is a marker, so that we're clear that this is a process that takes place and that we carry it out, rather than to set out how we might implement it, because we don't make decisions using, say we were to have the process set out in the plan, we wouldn't use it to make decisions. It would be a process matter that we would follow. So the purpose of this policy is to provide a hook to other places where that information is set out. But you know, it's raised here, it's a marker, it's clear, it's a policy hook. Whereas we don't really put processes in our plan, we normally leave those to other documents.
Okay, and then again, just sort of coming back to sort of perhaps this sort of wider suite of policies. As I say, some of the policies are simply sort of a single line of text that perhaps captures things that are covered elsewhere in other primary legislation. Is it as I say, I'll come back to the is it effective to have those very sort of succinct policies, or actually in terms of the overall strategy that the council is pursuing in the New Southwark Plan, should some of these aspects be brought together into for effectiveness into a sort of single delivery type policy that sets out all of the different tools in the toolbox, or is it the council's position that having things set out as they are is sound?
I think that having it set out like this in small manageable chunks makes it more clear for people, because you've got the headings setting out what each subject is. That's in the contents page and people are really aware of that information. But you could set out the information in a development policy. I'm not wedded to the format of the information.
I think it's probably something that I think, just sort of thinking about perhaps the scale of some of the modifications that might be coming in terms of sort of priority lists, various other matters, and also I've got to have a look at the viability note in due course. But obviously there's going to be some quite significant change to some of these policies, and so I put that question to you just sort of with that overall thought in mind, but I won't pursue that any further at the moment. You've given me your position and I understand it. So thank you for that. So unless any other participants have got any points on IP5, again, I'm not necessarily expecting any. I shall move us along. Now, IP7 is next on the list in relation to the statement of community involvement. And before I sort of ask my questions on this, I think I just want to be clear to participants that we've obviously had discussion in the earlier part of the examination on whether the council has complied with the statement of community involvement in its consultations in respect of pre-submission and in preparing the plan. I should also be clear that obviously what we are considering here is the policy relating to the statement of community involvement rather than the actual statement of community involvement itself, because that document is separate and obviously isn't before the examination to be considered. I am old enough to remember the times when back in the day when statements of community involvements were a matter that were sometimes subject to examination and occasionally hearings or inquiries. There's been a few of those back in the past. Whether they were the good old days or not, I will need to other participants just reflect on. But so I just wanted to be clear on sort of what I wanted to understand from participants was around the policy content of IP7 itself, rather than perhaps some of those other things which we've heard. So I didn't necessarily need to hear those things we heard in, I think it was the first afternoon even of the examination. Again, myself and my colleague have obviously noted all those points earlier on. Ms. Seymour, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say that, again, we don't really, we had one of those hearings in 2005 on the statement of community involvement. Many people who are here today were at that hearing, but we don't have that now, and this is not part of this examination. That we don't have to have this policy in the plan. It's not necessary for soundness. However, we just felt that it was useful to have a marker again that there is a statement of community involvement. It's going to be in the contents page of the plan. There'll be a link through to the statement of community involvement from the contents page of the plan, and we just considered that to be useful for effective implementation of the plan, particularly for developers, so that they are aware when they are looking at the plan that there is this statement of community involvement requirement.
Thank you, Waseem. Well, yes, you've probably taken the words out of my mouth and my main question on this actual policy. I don't think that I think you probably sort of articulated perhaps where I was going from. As I say, so I have seen some policies that do sort of just are simple references to the fact you're going to do something. Equally, is the wording in IP7 sufficient? Bearing in mind it's sort of essentially repeating what's in other legislation. Is it doing so perhaps in a less detailed way than might be contained in other legislation, and is that therefore effective, Ms. Seymour?
We could take this policy out because with SP2 we're going to cross-refer that to the statement of community involvement, because the way in which we're going to practically test whether effective consultation has taken place will be using SP2. So this policy is not necessary for soundness, and it was there. The purpose of it was to have an upfront link to make sure that developers' awareness was raised of the statement of community involvement and the public as well. However, now that we're going to have this contents page at the start of the plan, which will have a direct link to the statement of community involvement and the development consultation charter against SP2, we don't necessarily need this, and we could take it out.
As I say, I have you've somewhat then taken the wind out of my questions, Ms. Seymour, so I have no further questions on this. I'll invite comments from participants, and Ms. Orgler, you had your hand raised. I can't hear you, Ms. Orgler. I don't know if you're muted or you've got a disconnected microphone somewhere. No, I can't hear you at the moment, Ms. Orgler. I can see you on the video. I don't know if are you going to? I think that was a visual cue you were giving me to say you were going to log out and log back in again. Is that right? Right. While you're doing that, I'll hear from Mr. Lee in that case, please.
This is a very important policy for the community. The idea that the legal requirement to have a statement of community involvement, it is still a legal requirement, even if we don't have the good old days of examinations of it. I think it's about what the new Southwark Plan is actually saying to the public about their role. If one simply removes this on the basis that there's some detail elsewhere, like under Strategic Policy 2, I think it's giving a very poor message to the public when they look at the plan, that actually their engagement, even though it's a legal requirement, actually isn't mentioned within the implementation part of the plan. So I would strongly resist the removal of this. I think, however, that it does need to say a little more, because, as you said, Inspector, at the moment it's simply stating a fact rather than mentioning anything about a Southwark approach to this. It also seems to me that the whole issue of equality impact assessment and the public sector equality duty, which is also a legal requirement, and the statement of community involvement is actually one method through which the public can engage, that does seek to address issues around equality and planning. So I would like to suggest that within the text here for this policy, there should be a reference to the importance of equality impact assessments, particularly since at the forefront of the plan, we're talking about Southwark Stands Together against racism and for equality. And I think this presents an opportunity to actually say something about the distinctive Southwark approach to carrying out community engagement. At the moment, the one sentence that we're provided with only talks about the word consultation. So it says that Southwark consults on planning policy and planning applications. Again, this is very narrow and formal and doesn't suggest there's any life here. And I think that a statement of community involvement is about a lot more than only the formal consultation requirements. It's about the engagement throughout the process and early engagement too. This is absolutely critical. The other things that I think should be considered for inclusion is that, as you know, from day one, there are a number of issues, process issues around the way in which a statement of community involvement is produced in Southwark. And the government has introduced the 5-year review. And so I think it would be wise to include within the SCI reference how during a course of 15 years the council is going to satisfy that requirement, so that next time there is an examination, we actually aren't in the same position where we're having a disagreement over whether there is an up-to-date statement of community involvement. So I think that would be a wise and progressive thing to do, to actually commit to carrying out the regular reviews. And I think that neighbourhood planning, which also has a statutory basis, but isn't picked up at the moment in any of the implementation tools. We've mentioned neighbourhood SIL, but equally we have neighbourhood planning. So I would like to see, again, since we do have neighbourhood plans in Southwark and we do have neighbourhood planning, then again, a good opportunity to showcase what's happening in Southwark by referring to the importance of that, and how neighbourhood plans, when adopted, will be, of course, be part of the new Southwark plan. So I think those were the main things that I wanted to convey. Just to sum up, really, that I think this is a very vital policy for the community, and it lies at the heart of the planning system being credible to the community and us having trust and confidence in it. So we ought to strive to get this right and not propose deleting it.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Orshler, please.
I hope that's okay now. I have checked my mic.
Yes, I can see and hear you, Ms. Orshler.
Okay, thank you. I caught some of what Mr. Lee said there, so I won't repeat that, but I definitely support what he was saying, particularly in relation to the 5-year review being a part of policy, because of course it hasn't happened in Southwark, and that's been a concern, and it is in section 10A of the regulations. I did respond to this matter, just referring to my earlier statement. So when you were speaking earlier, it might have been in reference to me, and I won't go into what I said in my earlier statement about the statement of community involvement. Safe to say that I did think, and still do think, that in order to assess the soundness of this implementation policy, you would want to consider whether the statement of community involvement is up to date, because if there isn't an up-to-date statement of community involvement that is being referred to in a policy, I'm not sure how that policy can be sound. And then with reference to the legal requirement, obviously section 18 of the Planning Compulsory Purchase Act and the regulation 10A that I referred to keep the statement of community involvement up to date every 5 years. I also just wanted to refer to something Ms. Seymour said earlier about SP2 and statement of community involvement and development consultation charter, because these are not referred to at the moment. I mean, I think we're going back to a while back in the hearing, but these aren't referred to obviously at the moment in the policy. Social regeneration charters are, and a bit confused about why now SP2 is being discussed in relation to statement of community involvement, which is about consultation, and in place of social regeneration charters, which are about assessing whether regeneration works for all, which is policy SP2. So that's just a question, really.
Thank you, Ms. Orser. Yes, there's got a number of points within what's just been said by Mr. Lee and Ms. Orser. Mr. Lee has probably picked up on one of my questions I was going to ask about in terms of how the council will address its role in terms of neighbourhood planning. But I'll give you an opportunity to respond to all of the points you've just heard, Ms. Seymour.
So we were going to add in, well, we've already got about neighbourhood planning on the process map page on page 10, where we talk about plan making. We don't put any of the other development plan documents in an implementation policy because they're the plan. So we set out on page 10 about our plan making documents, and there'll be links through from each heading to those documents online so that we'll have a consistent approach. We agreed in an earlier session that we would add in additional information about neighbourhood planning. At the start of the plan, it escapes me which section it was, but I've done that, and that's in the proposed modifications. And so that's where we're going to be addressing the neighbourhood planning issue.
Thank you. The reason I sort of labour the point a little bit about neighbourhood planning is obviously that the council has specific roles in relation to consultation stages in relation to neighbourhood planning, isn't it? Once neighbourhood plans are finally at their final stage submitted to the council before they are independently assessed. So that's slightly different from perhaps their more general role in the development plan sphere, so to speak, Ms. Seymour. That's why I think perhaps I don't want to take words from Mr. Lee's mouth, but I think that was perhaps where he was referring to, because obviously the IP7 as it at the moment only talks about consulting on planning applications and draft planning policy in accordance with the SCI.
Well, if we're going to keep the SCI policy in, we can just update that to include neighbourhood planning. But I think we have a detailed process document online, which we haven't submitted to you, sir, but we can do, which sets out clearly our processes for neighbourhood plans. That was adopted at an IDM, and that sets out the various processes that group to become a group, to make a plan, to agree an area, and all of the stages that follows. And so that's where we have this information about neighbourhood planning.
Thank you. I think I probably need to sort of. I think I need to sort of just take this one away and have a think about it, because I think at the moment there is the case that there was probably I think the policy either has to be perhaps significantly amended or not retained, and at the moment I haven't reached a view on that. And obviously you've heard the representations in terms of perhaps there being other aspects from other legislation and things that would need to go in that. I mean, there are some attendant risks with that. Obviously, if the primary legislation changes or any other requirements change, then obviously your policy could then become out of step with it. So in some respects, there are some tensions there towards participants have sought, but equally there are things then that maybe merit us of mentioning, which aren't there at the moment. So I can see we've got a couple of hands up. So on the basis that we do need to move on, I'd like to just any brief additional points on this, please. So I'll hear from Ms. Conn first. Oh, your hand's gone down, Ms. Conn. Was that a legacy hand or an accidental hand?
No, it's not a legacy. Thank you very much. I apologise.
Right.
I agree very much with the arguments that Richard Lee put, that this is crucial for the marker for the community. Otherwise, the document is even more just written for developers. And I would agree very much that it should link. I think in this, if it stays in, then it ought to have the link to where people can easily find the development charter, the SCI, and the neighbourhood planning. That's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Conn. I've noted that. And final brief point, Ms. Orshler.
This is just a point in relation to what you just said, sir, about the legislation and that if something refers to, say, the 5-year period, then the legislation changes. But bearing in mind, we've heard quite a bit about the review mechanisms that the council will undertake in respect of this plan. I think that they could potentially be addressed there, like they have been with other things. But to echo what people have said, as the marker, in terms of what are the requirements on the council, it's really important that the policy is quite clear and provides all the detail that is required from the legislation, so people understand what the requirements are on the council and what they are, and then refers to the statement of community involvement, which sets out in more detail how the council will consult on planning applications and planning policy.
Thank you, Ms. Orshler. I'll give the council a final opportunity. If there's any other points you wanted to on to, just in terms of Ms. Conn and Ms. Orshler.
Just to note on page 10 that we will have all the links, and so we don't need to repeat them in the document. I mean, we've put the SCI policy in because we consider that to be the policy, that we submitted our plan with it, and so I'm not suggesting that we remove it, but I'd just like to make that clear. But I was understanding that if you considered that we should remove it, sir, that I do understand the soundness issues, but I just wanted to be clear in my evidence that wasn't my proposal to remove the policy.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. Thank you, Ms. Seymour. Okay, I've got nothing else on IP7, and I think we've had a good opportunity to discuss that. So again, moving on to IP8 before we break. I think again this is probably just a similar question. It's the justification for a sort of one-line policy requiring you to do something that's set out in other legislation.
It's just the same as the SCI, sir. People often wonder about LDSs, where the timetable is, and it is in the LDS and it is online. I do understand that there are ideas to stop having written LDSs and to have online LDSs, and that will probably come in the not too distant future. But I do think that having a reference to it, so that if a resident was reading the plan and was wondering about, all of the other documents will be referred to in our contents page, so people will be able to find them and the links will be there. So this policy could be removed. It's not necessary for soundness. It was there to ensure that, again, there's a marker, a signpost to that document, so that people can find out what the most up-to-date policy is. It's been raised with us throughout the whole examination that there are a considerable number of documents that we use in Southwark because it is such a large, complex borough with so much policy. And so I think the LDS sets out quite helpfully the most up-to-date version of each document. But on saying that, the other side of it is we will have this contents page now. All of those documents will be in there, so maybe we don't need this policy for sound. So we definitely don't need it for soundness. It was in there to be useful. So the same as the last question, really. So
Thank you, Ms. Seymour. I've got nothing else to add on IP8. So, and again, I'll give anyone the opportunity to mention it. I don't think I've recorded any speakers on this, but no, I see no hands up. In that case, that brings me to the end of my questions. And Mr. Lee has a final hand. Was this a sort of process question, Mr. Lee, or is this?
Yes, just a reminder that I put in a request to you that because I have to work this afternoon and can't be here on the monitoring framework, whether you could briefly fit me in now, or whether there might be, or whether there'd have to be another way of fitting me in. So that's
okay.
on the monitoring framework.
Thank you. I can see Mr. Spencer's, my colleague has put his camera on. I don't know if you wanted to address Mr. Lee's point there, Mr. Spencer, or...
Sorry, I was just going to confirm. I think we'd agreed we'd hear from Mr. Lee now on IP6. Obviously, we'll be having a further discussion with the council about the policy after lunch, but we can accommodate you now, I think, Mr. Lee. Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I've had the opportunity to look at the new document put forward into the examination by the council for a proposed monitoring framework, and I have some observations on that. And there's quite a few, but I'll just quickly list them if that's okay with you.
That's fine, Mr. Lee, because I mean, as the council I think has acknowledged, it needs to put in a monitoring framework. That will be a main modification, so there will be a further opportunity for people to comment on the content in what's being proposed. But if you've got initial views or observations now, that'll be helpful.
Yes, so my first comment is it's often not clear whether the data that's going to be collected with regards to particular indicators will be available in the authority's monitoring report, the AMR, because it sometimes says AMR, but then very often doesn't. It kind of implies that that information won't be available when the AMR report is produced. I would find it much easier, and I think the public generally would, if everything was in one place on a yearly basis, rather than having to look in many different places on the council website to find the material. So that was my first observation. Linked to that is when the AMR is going to be produced. What is the aim of our council on that? Because it tends to be sometimes local authorities do find it quite difficult to do it according to a time frame, and often they slip. And I think it's helpful if there's a commitment to produce it at least within a certain quarter of the year, so that the public knows when to expect it, when to ask for it, and things like that. So that was my related observation. On housing, many of the indicators actually say in the final column of the framework that this will be a future digital monitoring, and it says the word future. So for me, this raises the question of when does the future become the present? Housing, of course, is extremely important. I think it would be helpful if there was some indication around, for example, by the end of year one of the plan, that all of these monitoring forms will be in place. Otherwise, again, it creates a sense of rather up in the air, and when will we be able to see this, and when can't we? I did mention yesterday under housing land supply about community issues around the way in which housing is being monitored or not monitored. So I won't repeat that because I gave my perspective on that yesterday, but maybe others will pick that up this afternoon because it is a critical issue for us around the monitoring of the supply of the affordable housing and how we do that. The table, the monitoring table, always links together social rented and intermediate housing for monitoring purposes. And I think that's not sound. Social rented is such an important issue for the council. It makes that clear within the plan. So if we only have monitoring that's looking at affordable housing as a whole and not distinguishing the delivery on social rented, I think that's giving the wrong message. And we must make sure that we do have social rented as a separate category for monitoring. The monitoring for P3, which I think is the policy on existing housing, though it mentions in one of the columns that one of the aims is to reduce the number of empty homes, there isn't an indicator for that. So I think there has to be an indicator on reduction of empty homes, and maybe a target for that related. On P11, gypsies and travellers, it seems to me that the monitoring framework isn't up to date with what happened at the session. I understand from your inspector's action list that there has been an agreement to look at new provision and provide more details on that new provision. That's not reflected in the indicator, which only talks about protecting the 4 existing sites in Southwark. There's no reference to the need for additional pictures and how you monitor that. So I'd like that to be changed. Under Strategic Policy 2, there's a large number of indicators, and it's very welcome that we now have the social regeneration indicators mentioned in full throughout the monitoring framework. I think that's very helpful. But the development consultation charter, which is mentioned twice in the table, and it refers to pre-engagement plans and engagement plans, and it refers to their quality as well as their number. Now, I'd like to refer you to my statement of common ground with Southwark, which actually covers this issue. This is the statement of common ground for part 2. And I reached agreement with the council that this was referring to the need for a fact-based audit to be undertaken, which has been brought up earlier in the examination. And that is actually within the development consultation charter. It's to be part of the pre-engagement plans. I requested that this be made transparent in the monitoring framework, and the council agreed that that would be made clearer in my statement of common ground. When it refers to quality, there isn't any mechanism indicated as to how the quality of the fact-based audits or the pre-engagement plans is actually going to be assessed. It does refer to using planning application data and the role of the planning policy team. But it strikes me, given that these are all under SP2, and we had a discussion just now around how that's the policy where engagement and consultation on planning is really based and grounded, that we should surely be able to include a mechanism whereby voices like those of us here today could be involved in the monitoring process here on these types of issues. So this could be the existing mechanism where the council liaises with Southern Planning Network, the Law Centre, the voluntary sector, through its Regeneration for All liaison group, or it could be a different mechanism. But I would very much like to see a role for the community sector within somewhere in the monitoring framework, because I think we have a lot to offer. And this would seem the best place under SP2, and especially under quality issues, because it does require a view of everybody if one's actually to assess quality. Nearly finished, just got a few more things. It is welcome that the social regeneration charter indicators are mentioned, and there is throughout reference to IIA baseline indicators. I would like to suggest that we do have an introductory paragraph to the monitoring framework, so that the public reading this can have some indication in an opening paragraph about what these things mean. I don't think it would have to be too complex, but just the fact that, you know, there is an integrated impact assessment, and it does have X number of indicators, and these can be found in such and such a place. And the same really with social regeneration indicators. I think otherwise it becomes very much a professional domain only. And really the public has no chance of trying to understand the monitoring framework without those things being added. Under SP5 carbon emissions, and really under SP6 climate emergency, I don't have any objection to the ambition of the council in the monitoring framework, but given what some of us pointed out when we discussed the climate emergency in that special session, the monitoring at the moment is actually very weak. So I think I pointed out before that the Appendix 9 of the Integrated Impact Assessment refers to very dated documents in terms of some of the climate emergency standards. So some reassurance here that as to how we are moving forward, that if the integrated impact assessment that we're considering at this examination has struggled to provide any kind of up-to-date information, it would be helpful to know how this is changing, given that this is such an important area. Then the monitoring of the statement of community involvement is referred to in the monitoring framework. And again, it says that this will be done through planning applications data. Again, I would like to suggest that this is absolutely somewhere where quality and the role of the community sector would be beneficial in helping to monitor the effectiveness of the statement of community involvement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. I'm mindful there are nearly 80 policies in the plan. I'm not, as I said at the start, I mean, obviously this is going to be a change to the plan and modification that people can comment on in due course.
Yes. So these were my headline issues.
Some sort of general themes at this stage, because we will need to take it.
Yes. So I've very nearly finished. You'll be
okay. Thank you.
So and I was trying to make my comments into themes, because I do feel that the community sector, who played a big part at your examination, it would be an advantage if we continue to play a part in the monitoring of the plan. So I was raising that as an important overview issue. And then I think my final observation is that the social regeneration charter indicators are referred to, but the overriding ambition of the social regeneration indicators, which I set out in my written statement to this matter and quoted in full, around issues around well-being and investing in communities and reducing inequalities. These are the headings in this very important document. And though we're picking up some of the detailed indicators, I feel that we'd really benefit if we added some indicators around investing in communities and reducing inequalities. And I do suggest some in my written statement as to how we could improve that. So sorry if I spoke for a bit long, and thank you for giving me the chance to do so.
No, that's fine, Mr. Lee. I just mindful of the scale of the plan and the number of policies. I just wanted to reassure you that obviously, as I say, if the monitoring framework, I mean, will go forward as a main modification, people will have an opportunity to comment on it further, and as inspectors, we will take into account, you know, the comments that are made as part of that consultation process. I'm mindful of time, so rather than sort of give the council an opportunity to comment now, unless there's any sort of burning points, Ms. Seymour, we're obviously going to pick up monitoring framework again this afternoon, so I'm happy to kind of park it here for now and pick up the discussion after a lunch break. It's now 1:15. I think we originally were timetabled to kind of restart at 1:30. Can I put in a request to the council? I mean, would a half an hour break be okay, or would you like to reconvene at 2 o'clock?
No, the earlier the better for me, sir. As soon as you're ready to restart, as long as I have 10 minutes, I'm happy to keep going. Because I'm just really aware I've got a lot to do this evening to get the modifications ready for you, sir. That's that's why.
Okay. Yeah, so if we can restart at 1:45, I think Jacqueline's just sent through another invite. Is that the one?
I just updated it because it said 2:30 and it was due at 1:30.
Okay.
But if you set the time, just as long as you click on that link, you'll be fine.
You click on the latest link. And we'll
the one I've just sent you, yeah. But just
okay,
set the time.
Okay, if we use that link and then, yeah, I'll back on screen at 1:45. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks.